fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Dando fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Just becoming happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us. The time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just like just believing in yourself and betting on yourself forward through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates, that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can all, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual. Like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run, or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you get like a sugar rush.
I always shower. I don't know. I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something.
What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal warm up. So I'll do a vocal warm up. It's also warming up my fingers.
I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going to the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like a warm swim or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some death matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that little like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
Either of my coaches, I would probably have to go with like our main coach, Cole. Our analyst, Fred, I think would do a good job with my money as well. Like, honestly, they're both number guys. Like, I 100% would not trust Satellite. Like, no chance. I would make sure that he's nowhere near my money with like a close follow-up from Steven or Smiley.
Probably Retro. He's probably got the most personality. I can never expect what he's gonna do in a round or even like outside of the game.
I'm gonna have to go with Big Nismo on this one. He's my businessman, so if I need to trust somebody with money, it's gonna be him.
I would say probably Ghost. He just has that voice, that persuasion voice. I don't know why. Like I just trust him.
So I'd probably say Brock. Definitely not Vapin. Every bet I've made with Vapin on football has gone sour. So I'm never betting on NFL football again. I'm never trusting Vapin on another parlay ever.
The first answer would be nobody, but my second answer would probably be my coach, Ocean. He's an old lad. He's been there, done that. I don't trust any of the players, but the coach, I'll give it to Ocean. He's got wisdom. He can invest my money. He can do good with it.
Oh, you know, that would have to be Fireball Ops. Like, I don't know. His family has connections, you know, and I think that that alone is enough, I think.
To what my money? Embezzle my money? Oh, invest my money? Okay, not gonna lie, I wouldn't trust anybody because I hear some of the financial decisions my teammates are making and I'm very concerned. So probably literally nobody. I trust my mom. My mom will handle that.
Sim, easily. You want to put all your money on that guy, for sure. So far in our season and scrims, he's the most consistent shooter. He's vocal. He understands what he wants. He can call around himself. He's basically like an all-in-one package for a duelist player, and I put all my money in him.
I don't know none of them, honestly. I don't want to give them any of my money. Yeah, no, I'm not okay with their purchases. I'm gonna keep my money to myself.
I would say Stellar. He's a very, very grounded, very smart individual. You know, I think he would turn my little bit of money into 10 times the amount. I trust him.
Well, the only one on the team that I've 1v1 was Derek, because he like kept shit talking me on like opping. I fucking cooked his ass, dude. I did not want to hear it from him. Probably Derek, yeah, probably Derek. He's done it once with me. I think he's done it with other people on the team as well. Like, I think like that's just like his thing, bro. He just likes it.
Alvin, if we lose a round and then the next round we're on like eco or something, he's like, well, I'm gonna go swing wide with my deagle. Just take a 1. And sometimes he's good for 3. So yeah, that's how he plays. Like he's on Kovacs.
Oh my god, Redux instantly. As soon as he loses something, he's instantly asking to 1v1. Yeah, I can't beat him, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Probably Paint. He's the guy who's always in the range. He's always like, you know, looking for the 1v1 fights. I gotta say it's him.
I'd say Snarly. This guy always wants to fight, man. He's always looking for a fight, or maybe even Timo, being like a duelist player. But I think I'll stick with my first answer, Snarly. He's always looking for a fight. He's like, yo, give him my 1. I'm gonna go peek this. I'm gonna go peek that. I give it to Snarly. He's got some good confidence.
Definitely Alum. His personality is very silly, so he seems to be the one who's gonna call somebody out, you know, and like, yo, just 1v1 me, bro. I see him doing it. I can see him doing it.
Probably Recoil. He's definitely our best aimer by far, and he understands how to isolate ones perfectly, and I feel like in a 1v1 he's probably ripping someone's head off, to be honest.
I'd say it'd probably be moves. He'd probably want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny, he's ultra confident. You know, I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you're gonna lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
All right.
Shit, I think I'm gonna have to give that one to myself, man. I like little organic moments like that to get hyped up and to get loud. I think somebody who surprised me a little bit is probably Scuba as well. Scuba's a little quieter, but when something crazy happens, he's right there in your ear, screaming and yelling. So me and Scoob.
Yeah, I used to say myself, but I think it's gotta be like probably pancakes or paint. One of those two would pop off the most. I think me, Brock, and Spaz are usually more low-key now, especially after winning a clutch. I mean, I'll look to my left, I'll see those guys like win a clutch and they'll just be stone cold. So I'll probably say pancakes or paint on that one.
Probably Logan, to be honest. Logan's like he's like our hype man. In matches, he gets pretty hype after like a clutch, like a big round. So I definitely say Logan. Darkness gets pretty loud too. The other guys are just like, they're so like focused on the match. They don't really like scream or like do anything like crazy like that.
I don't know. I feel like everyone's kind of the equal, but if I had to pick one, probably Hwin, my IGL. Yeah, he seems to be like, he just has tons of energy at all times. I don't know how. IGL for the reason, you know? So
probably between me and Steven. If you look at like the extreme outliers, like I think Steven just randomly, and it'll be like over nothing sometimes. Like we will like win like a 1v2 where he like shoots a guy that's 1 HP and he's like, I'm him, and like it is wonderful. Like I love it so much, bro.
I feel like we're pretty nonchalant, but I feel like Mel reacts to everybody else's stuff way more than her own. Like someone will clutch and they'll be completely silent and Mel will just be screaming into her mic like super hype. So I guess Mel.
Easily Guimon. Easily him. If you've seen Recoil's Twitter post of his clutch, the guy yelling his brains out. Our star smokes player Guimon. I swear it's him. Best reactions of all time.
I don't know. Honestly, my teammates are pretty ice cold. Like, it has to be Jakey, but it's not because he's over the top. It's because everybody else is just like, no emotion in the clutch. So I would say Jakey.
Right now is beautiful. I think that's how we should be looking.
Corners, he will force one and infiltrated the swing back from his steps. It all worked perfectly for Win.
Honestly, I think the competition this year has been pretty weak compared to other years.
On the spike, but nerve! Great shots on the BCJ as he runs away. Perfect read, and now it's pancakes to just enter!
We're one of those teams that likes to do crazy all the time. We're gonna have some crazy plays this year.
We are really trying to dominate this season when it comes to the end of it. Our way, the core way.
The defuse is halfway, and TSM know they have to fight through this. Spike's gonna be touched. We did. Thanks for the timing.
I'm excited to transition to a new role. Mechanically, I feel like this team is probably one of the better teams in NA.
I can confidently say that we think we're the best team in Challengers, and we're trying to prove that in the Split 1 playoffs.
You know what? I'm good with it. I'm getting old, boy. Spray popping is down. They pick me up here with the overkill redux with the ace.
Teams are getting overconfident. I think people don't understand that at the end of the day, what's going to matter is when we get to playoffs and when we actually play the elimination game, and we're going to win it all, that's for sure.
Doesn't really need to do much work though now that that's toxic. Corona doing a good job holding it down on site. Challengers is reinvaded. Here's that operator. He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
We think most of the teams are horrible, so we're just gonna dominate and just win everything.
Welcome to day 3 of the playoffs for VALORANT Challengers North America. Eliminations up ahead and a playoffs bracket that no one could have expected. And I'm so pumped to get into today. My name's Sierra Dawn, joined here by Dan and Ash. Dan, what do you make of this craziness we got going on? I never could have predicted how the last couple of days have shaken up.
It's crazy. And we always talk about it. We always talk about how challengers, they always have these crazy upsets that we're not really thinking teams at the bottom are going to start winning. But, oh my God, TSM losing, Winthrop winning. That's the one that I was like, okay, guys, what is going on?
It's just been insanity, Ash. I mean, the results are one thing, but even what's happening out in the server, I don't even know what to expect anymore. And last 2 days, at least there was second chances, but no forgiveness today.
No forgiveness today is the big thing, right? The elimination being the first round of the lower bracket, that's a lot of pressure to be on the shoulders of these teams. And when you consider yesterday's matches, like Dan was talking about there, I think it was just shocking to see how good WU looked. But TSM also just not quite looking like themselves, I think, when it came down to those fundamentals. Now finding themselves facing up against a core that honestly looked pretty decently strong against Cubert Academy. That was a close series.
It really was. It was one that there was a minute I thought they were going to do it. I thought they were getting the upset there, but that upset for Winthrop University to find themselves in the upper semis is incredible. And I feel like there's a couple of different reasons here, Dan, why we maybe have seen such weird things. Some teams qualified earlier than others. Maybe they're a little rusty. Maybe they just underestimated the teams and the work we're putting into the playoffs. But looking at today, I think this is going to be the real test with elimination on the line.
Yeah, I feel like for some teams, it was definitely kind of undermining how good the other teams really are. I feel like that's how we felt for Winthrop at the beginning when we look at the group stage. We were like, okay, sure, they're winning, but are they winning against these strong opponents? And when you win against TSM, okay, you made your statement. And then as you were saying, teams that maybe were a little bit rusty, obviously we're talking about rankers here. This NV team that is coming in as the team that made it to playoffs first. They were 4-0. They were chilling for some time. And now we see them lose the first match. So it's just, I really don't know what's going on. It's insane.
Oh, that's a match we'll get to see later. First up, this TSM versus Core. This TSM that we didn't frankly think that we were going to be covering today because we thought, or at least I thought, I can't speak for you guys. I don't know. This is just insanity. And I think that it's really interesting to talk about this TSM team because, Ash, when we look at the core of this team and we look back at what kind of happened with the org in the last year, there always has been those ups and downs. And when we had Vora and Recoil come into the squad, I kind of thought those up and downs were gone, but I'm kind of thinking again after yesterday's series, what's happening here?
Yeah, I think it raises quite a few concerns, right? Because the core of GMD, Seven, and Sim are a very experienced core of players within the Valorant scene. Them being around since like the very beginning of Valorant for the most part, and then you've got Vora who stepped into the IGL role, brand new to it, heading into this TSM roster, and he's having great performances, I think, on this squad while being a new leader and learning this new role to alleviate that responsibility from GMD, something that we've talked a lot about, I think, throughout this split. And then Recoil, one of those rookie players that have come in and has been someone that I think people have had their eyes set on. But in certain moments, it feels like you see, the glimmers of brilliance from this squad when everything is going right. But then you also see moments where they are falling apart, where they don't have some of those fundamentals down pat, where you would expect that from them at this late in the stage.
Yeah, talking about that loss to Winthrop University, you're talking about moments of brilliance, and I thought that there was a lot more of those than anything else throughout the season. I thought with these changes, the team and any concerns had kind of been fixed. But then I look back at this loss versus Winthrop. It was a 3-map series. We did get a strong bind out of the team, Dan. I'll give you that. But when Winthrop University was shooting back, like, just what happened there?
Yeah, it just seems like it was all the momentum that Winthrop had at the end. And I stay with something that we just heard some of the players talk about before we went live. And it's you're coming into these matches, you're a little nervous, a little anxious about how it's going to be played out. And when it gets to your head, it gets so difficult. And it seems like that's something that happens to TSM. I mean, again, they've had so many great moments. We talk about the core that made it to Ascension last year. We talk about how good they've been. I mean, the only match that they lost in the group stage was against the #1 team that we had back then, which was Rankers. But they had these moments where it just seems like they lose the grip of the game. They're not playing their own game anymore. And for Winthrop, this is great because this is a Winthrop that is always adapting on the fly, that is always willing to get a little silly, a little risky. And so they just capitalize from this completely. I think TSM's still amazing, though. I still think they're the #1. In my head, this is my #1 team to win playoffs. And I know that's crazy, but it's just, they're so good.
I do think that they're a squad that can definitely do it. But again, it just, like you were saying, it comes down to that mental, that pressure that's on them. And I feel like a loss up against Winthrop yesterday is a concern for me as far as, maybe the confidence that they have going into today's match. I need to see them really being able to focus on their own game like you're talking about there, Dan.
And I don't think you're crazy, Dan. I think that if we get a strong result today, I think you're totally valid. So, but that's going to be the if of today after yesterday. And I will say too, because I know we're talking a lot about like what happened to TSM. Like, I will give credit to Winthrop University where it's due, because they definitely have elevated going up into this. And yet again, one of those, you cannot disrespect any team going into this. But let's start talking about a couple of these players and that impact from yesterday. Vora, Dan, is somebody that we talked about a lot. The impact on the team, this young IGL, and want to compare and contrast and use the opportunity to talk about Seven as well.
Well, when you talk about why TSM is so good and why I place them in #1, #2, even for the teams that we have in playoffs right now, it is because of the support lineup that they have. Vora and Seven are amazing players. They sometimes they share a little bit of the same agents as well. The agent pool is very similar, but locking into these initiators, they've made such a big impact. I like how TSM is always bringing something just slightly different to the table, right? So you're not seeing these crazy compositions that we might see, for example, for Winthrop and some maps. You're seeing the standard, plus maybe you want to add the Yoru, and then maybe you need a little extra support with that initiator. I think Seven and Vora are just the best that we have in Challengers right now when it comes to being there for your team, being there for your duelist, and also being there for yourself and having those individual plays.
Yeah, it reminds you a little bit of, I think, like Shopify Rebellion Gold back when they had Fluorescent on the team, right? When you have a duelist like Sim, you want your initiator players who are looking to set up that star player to, not just be able to like pop off as far as being able to, follow up for those trades and help them close that gap, but that space creation has been so important. That's such a big win condition here for TSM. I think Sim did his job yesterday up against Winthrop with the help of Vora and Seven. Just wasn't maybe able to have as flashy of a performance as we typically see from him. But again, it all falls back down to all of these pieces of the puzzles coming together. And I want to say even Vora and Seven were two of the main reasons that even some of those maps were as close as they were up against Winthrop yesterday. Without some of their really big impact moments, those clutches that we saw coming out from them, it could have been quite a different story.
And we'll need to see that impact today going up against Core. Because for a TSM that we're talking about, oh, this loss yesterday was a little bit uncharacteristic. For Core, it was a match that was extremely, extremely close. They were up against Qbert Academy. They almost got that upset. So even though if you just go by CD and everything else, they look like the underdog, Ash, with what we've gotten to see, this could actually be really close. Core have been looking clean despite that loss.
Yeah, they have been. I think, you look back at their matchup against Qbert Academy, that 2-1, and you had, Haven was this, what was it, like a double, quadruple, or double, triple overtime map, that 16-14. It was a loss for Core, but there was a world where they could have initially taken that map pick. And I think that you look at this squad going toe to toe with a team like Qbert Academy that is also touted to be like one of the top 3 teams, I think, within VCL as far as expectations go from the top of this split. It tells you a lot about how they've grown and how they've improved, I think, as a roster. And I feel like on that squad too, every single player has this opportunity to be flashy given the right moment.
It's flashy, and then some of these moments, like this was such a weird series. First, you have that triple OT, but there would be moments where Core had absolutely no business winning the round. You get these clutch moments coming on out, and a real testament to the team being able to stay calm in these moments, trust in themselves and their abilities, and go up against some of these top players that we have here in tier 2. And Dan, like that Haven, the fact that it went to that overtime, that could have been a series win there if that had just been gone a slightly different way, considering they then upset Qbert Academy on the next map pick.
Yeah, it was a back and forth between the two. And I mean, if we talk about that map specifically as well, it seems like Core were finally getting that momentum. They started a little bit slower into that map. They were able to get a few runs in the second half. And then it was just a back and forth that they couldn't really close out. The thing, though, for me is, I don't think this is a surprise. I didn't expect Qbert Academy to absolutely dominate Core. Core is a really good team. And also Qbert Academy has had some really close matches since the first one that we ever saw from them. It was a 10-2 comeback. So for Core, it's just, this is a team that can put up a fight no matter who they're facing. I think it's just they are they adapt depending on who they're playing against. And so we're seeing this different flashy plays that you guys were talking about from Timotino specifically, but also you see it from Logan, you see it from Darkest, these players that we've heard of for so long that are very, very good individually. I just want to see more of, okay, what defines Core in the match today?
I mean, I love that you call out Timotino, because Timotino, when we did that head-to-head Timotino versus Redux, Timotino being, the newer of the two, Redux being this person that's obviously so sought after, that the roster for Qbert was built around him. To then see Timotino not just go toe-to-toe Ash, but really be able to shine was amazing in that matchup. And again, a testament to this Core squad is really good.
Yeah, it really is. I think that with Timotino as well, is not only is he fragging out, given those opportunities, and you see a lot of multi-kills coming out from him as well. I know he was popping off with 3Ks when it came down to that Qbert matchup, but you also consider, again, that backline that we were talking about, very similar story to what we were talking about with TSM. You've got Darkest and you've got Logan setting him up so well. And I think Darkest specifically comes to mind too, because this guy takes a lot of risks. So you'll have Timotino actually going in, making that space thanks to Darkest's utility. But then Darkest, honestly, he's like going in, he's ready to frag. He's honestly usually getting a first pick off of Timotino, either dashing or satcheling in as well. And I think that's how it all comes together there for Core, is that spacing there is really nice from them.
I'm already excited for the Darkest breach attack op that we keep seeing him come out with. It cracks me up every single time. But to pivot the conversation to difference makers in the match, of course, the kills and everything, that is huge. But I want to talk about the IGLs going into this. And I think this is also really cool, because on one end for TSM, you have Vora, who is this young IGL that we're seeing get better every time. And then for Dan on the opposing end, Core, Nerve is someone who we've seen around so often. Like when you talk about someone with this experience, well, that encapsulates Nerve right here.
It's great because these are some of the players that we've highlighted individually because of their performances in the group stages. We talked about how the controllers have been like having such good impact and such a great impact so far in Challengers, and Nerve is the reason why we're talking about it. And for Vora, I just like it too because when I thought about TSM last year, I was just thinking GMD, IGL, GMD, IGL, and then they were kind of switching, going back and forth with the roster that they had back then. So now seeing Vora as like just really refreshing into what he's able to bring in the IGLing, but also the fragging department. He's definitely one of the best IGLs that we have so far in playoffs.
Yeah, so TSM very lucky to have Vora, QOR very lucky to have Nerve, and I think that this is going to be a really, really close matchup. At least it is on paper. How things have actually turned out has been literally anyone's guesses. It's been chaos over here. But let's go to the map picks and bans, see if that solidifies things in any which way of order. I think for myself, looking at this, all right, this is literally best map core, best map bind, and then split. Ash, thoughts?
I think that, you know, you look towards this map pick ban, and when you go, I think the later into the map pick ban, you might lean a little bit more towards TSM. To be fair, though, QOR, I think, have had decent but also mixed results on split as well, losing to teams like Blue Water and Trust and Plug, who have been decent in their own right. But you look towards, I think, focusing back in on Haven, that's where you get kind of nervous for TSM. They had a really strong start initially up against Winthrop, but weren't able to close that map out. It's been close for them. I do think that overall, though, that this does lean a little bit more in TSM's favor.
Yeah, the first map is like, oh, okay, this is good for QOR. But then I look at the bind, and TSM, even when it was a rocky series up against Winthrop University, the bind was the shining moment. And then I look at the split, and then that's when I get a little nervous for QOR again. So I think as long as like too much momentum isn't lost in the beginning part, man, this should be good for TSM. But QOR, I mean, they've just been ramping up. So if they can fix the split just a little bit, or we see the turnaround on bind, who knows?
Well, I think the Haven's actually going to be a good map for TSM. When we look at the compositions, the only difference here is the duelist, where Sim is going to be on the Yoru, as we've seen before. Everything else remains the same, and they're starting on the attacking side. This is the stronger side as well. So what you're looking at this map that seems to be good for QOR, going on the defensive side as well, playing their strength too. But the Yoru for Sim is so disruptive on the attacking side, which is what we saw when they played against Winthrop. The few runs that they were getting and when they looked the best, that is exactly what was happening behind the scenes. And yeah, we highlighted the initiators, but I think something that TSM has that I don't see as much from QOR and Timotino is that Sim is making a lot of these individual plays on the Yoru and doesn't always need that backline support. While on the other side, I feel like Timotino is more of a team player, everybody playing together, everybody going in together. And so that's going to be a big difference, and that's why I think TSM should have the upper hand. Maybe take it 2-0.
All right, I'm hearing a lot of like, all right, TSM this, TSM that. Let's pull up the predictions, see exactly how this is varying. I know for myself, I said that it was going to be TSM. I think this will be a great series. I couldn't quite bring it in myself to go for QOR. Ash, you're going to go against the grain here. Are you still feeling as confident in that pick after that map pick and ban?
I think that I do feel pretty good about it. I'm going to be honest. It was a really, really tough choice between TSM and QOR. I think that watching TSM struggle to close out a couple of those maps yesterday, though, made me lean a little bit further in QOR's direction. I feel like QOR, despite taking that loss up against Qbert, because it was such a close matchup, I do think that there is that potential to have some of that momentum behind them. Because when you look at QOR, when you watch them play these games, even when they're down in rounds, it can be, you know, a double-edged sword, but they still play very confidently with the risks that they're taking as a squad. And I feel like that mental is what I lean towards a little bit more as far as seeing them in favor for this matchup, because I find that for TSM, once they start to lose that momentum, I think it can be really difficult to get that back unless one of their players manages to have some sort of really insane pop-off moment that kind of hypes the team back up. Otherwise, I don't find that they're this team that can always kind of slow roll that momentum back into their favor. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me in today's series, this is definitely a tough one, but I think when I look at a couple of these top teams that have found themselves in this lower bracket, teams like TSM and Envy, I'm looking at the turnaround going into today because I don't think their recent results are reflective of the growth we've seen throughout the regular Swiss stage. So if TSM does falter here, that's a lot of questions for stage 2, but I think that I don't know. I think that maybe we've had the hard conversation last night. We're been able to hit the server today, and it should be good. So I'm looking forward to a great series either way. One that is going to have to wait just a couple minutes because I am getting word that there is a computer issue. So we're going to be taking a quick break. On the other end, it's going to be TSM and QOR. So be right back.
Dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
mess you made. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we can control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Hey everyone, and thank you so much for your patience. Due to a PC issue for Core, unfortunately not all members available to be playing for the first match, so it is going to be ruled as a forfeit, and TSM are going to be taking that. Now we're looking at a substitute situation for map 2, which should be sorted shortly. So just a little bit longer to wait. Thank you all for waiting. We'll see you real soon. Hello, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. If you missed the reminder before, due to computer issues and the lengthy pause, Core forced to be forfeiting the first map of the series. We're now up 1 for TSM and looking at the second map, which TSM picked. We're going over to Bind. Obviously, this is a really tough one for the players, guys. Let's focus on the series ahead, especially to this agent select that is upcoming. So this one's a strong one. TSM, but Dan, the Core, they got some talented players, so they're a bounce back possible here.
Yeah, like you said, a little bit of an unfortunate situation here, but now looking at the compositions between Core and TSM, I see a Reina, and guys, you know how I feel about the Reina. Immediately, okay, Core is winning the whole series.
Okay, I like that energy from Dan. I think, you know what? I don't know if this is something where like it's a last minute decision or if this is what they've been cooking in the background. It's a very different approach from Core from what we've seen from them in the past, because previously they were running that double controller with the Clove and the Viper alongside that Vice and then the Sky. And right now, I mean, you know what? I know the Darkest is the one running into some of these PC issues. For him to be heading into this Reina, you know that he's got to be feeling confident that he's going to want to have to clap back after missing out on that initial map. I like that they have confidence going in with this composition for sure.
It's a real screw it we ball attitude with this composition. Like we said, it's been up and down for Bind for Core, so maybe it's something in the works. But if it's not, Dan, it's fun, it's quirky. I'm here for it.
And yeah, this is all fun and games when we see the Reina and the Yoru, but this is still an elimination match. So that's something that we need to keep in mind. Core, they didn't even get the chance to play because of the PC issues. So now they're trying to make a comeback in a way that it would be just a hero story if they were able to close this one out. But TSM, I mean, they're already up one map, but they didn't even play. So one away from continuing in this lower bracket run.
Yeah, and on a map where this is one of TSM's best maps historically, right? Too on Bind, they've always consistently looked really good on this map. I think they have a really great macro grasp of this map as well, especially using a lot of those like TP combinations, that showers control that you can expect out of TSM. Granted, they will be starting out on the attacking side first, so a different look there. Again, we have to consistently keep our eyes on Seven and Bora, how they're looking to set Sim up for those initial engagements that he's so well known for. So I think this is an uphill battle still for Core, considering the circumstances from today, the fact that they're heading into the first map that they actually get to play up against a TSM who have just consistently been rocking Bind, I think, since the very beginning of their start in Challengers and whatnot. So this is a hard one, but I cannot wait to see what the results are going to be.
I'm looking forward to some of the momentum from the first games in the playoffs kind of continuing over. Obviously a loss for both of these teams, but they were very different losses when you look at it and the expectations for the teams coming in. Core, it was a very close series that they had up against Qbert Academy, and one that was definitely winnable when you're looking at a triple OT on the first map. So even if the cards are kind of stacked against them in this situation, I think that this is a very capable team, Dan. They're definitely... There might be underdogs in this. It might be a little stacked against them, but they're a team that we've praised the talent throughout the split, and it'd be remiss of us not to do the same again here.
Yeah, there are big chances here for both of the teams. We talked about what it means in this map specifically. We talked about also the fact that TSM, yeah, we haven't seen them. We didn't really get to see the map of Haven, but it's still a TSM that was coming as a favorite, and with circumstances, I know they definitely wanted to play that first map as well. So kind of just adapting on the fly, seeing what they can do. And for Core, when you're able to bring that extra surprise, that extra Reina, the Yoru, a composition that we're really just not used to seeing at all, then you're hoping that that surprise factor is going to help you out. See if you can push it to the distance. Again, just really unfortunate circumstances that they're dealing with, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
I'm looking at just what Darkest is capable of on this Reina, because Darkest is somebody that throughout playing this initiator, literally anything else, has been always consistently near the top of the leaderboard, if not top. And there was someone for last year in Challengers was the same. We get to see the attack op breach come on through for Darkest on some of these maps. Someone who's very comfortable, Ash, taking these first duels, first engagement. So with the Reina, even if it's not something we expected going into today's series, I feel like there is that massive upset dark horse potential there.
No, for sure. I love that shout there, right? Because, you know, Breach is something that we've seen Darkest on pretty consistently. I know for Bind, at least, he was actually leaning more into the Viper. But when I think about him on that initiator role that he usually is reprising for this squad, he's not like your other initiator players where they're, you know, playing a little bit more safe. They're playing further back to guarantee that their util is always up. Again, he's a player that likes to take those risks, is not afraid to do so, will honestly make some decisions very confidently where you'd be like, you're kind of surprised that he's going for that swing or going for that push in that moment because he is like such a support heavy player when it comes to the utility that he has in hand. So it'll be interesting to see that kind of enabled by the Reyna kit where he can be a lot more self-sufficient for himself. I think that tells a bit of the story of this core comp as well, is that yes, you do have some space making that Logan's going to be able to make with the salvos. You got that a little bit of information with the drone coming in, but other than that, it's mostly going to be, again, a lot of self-sufficiency when you're looking towards Timotino, looking towards Darkest, as opposed to the wombo combos that we've previously seen from compositions that they've run in the past.
I think too, with the fact that Timotino's coming off a great series and we're talking about a Darkest on this Reyna that can really just have this aggression here, even if starting on the defense, I feel like there's a lot of pressure they can exert onto TSM here. When TSM was playing up against rankers on this map, they kind of struggled a little bit with that aggression. So TSM, this is such a strong map pick for them. If they can turn around, Dan, and this be the TSM that we've gotten to see, know, and love throughout the Swiss stage, this is going to be a difficult one. But if Core can capitalize off of this being the first map then in the series, they can kind of push them around a little bit. This could be close.
Yeah, it could be close, and I think that is the expectation that we should have coming into playoffs and coming into this match as well. An elimination match, so it's a big one too. But something that I wanted to talk about as well is Logan. We've seen Logan play the Sova, the Fade more than anything else, those type of initiators. Now we're seeing something new from him that we haven't seen in the past few matches that they've played for Core. We're seeing a Logan on Tejo, and they're changing this composition that, as Ash was saying, was a little bit more with the Clove. Very, very different to what we're seeing right now. So I'm wondering if this was always part of the plan, right? To have Logan play the Tejo, to have Darkest on this Reyna. Why do they want to have the Reyna? What is the value of it? Because we've seen Reyna on some specific maps, or it's just one of those agents that you can get away with. Just play it one time, have a crazy aimer take down the Reyna and shoot you down every time. But in the longer run, to run around a composition just based on these to-do lists, I just don't think I've seen this combination before. So I feel like it's a mix of the preparation that they had, but also being that surprise factor for TSM that they might not be expecting at all.
Well, it's a series that I have no idea of what to expect when it's this double duelist. This is a strong map for TSM. Let's see if they can continue that through and take the series, or if it's going to be Core with the Reyna and the Yoro to do it all. Let's head over to your casters at long last, Tenric and Vansili, to take you through binds.
They only got to get one map today to stay stable, but with the way that they lost to Winthrop yesterday, I expect them to be playing like they need to win 5.
And this is why I would be nervous for TSM if I lose now my map pick, already having, you know, the bonus map under their belt. But going into this one, already in the piss around. Core on the defensive side, a huge compositional change that we'll talk in a bit, as the action already starts off on the A side with first blood for Core.
Not going to bounce on it any further than that. It's going to hold onto their box wings and wait for TSM to approach again, which GMD will start off with. Stim himself back, and the rest of the push will swallow through. 7 finding himself in, able to get the opening pick, and GMD for the attempt at the crunch. They'll get the first bit done, but Darkest is still holding that second leg back. He's able to at least silence one bit. Now comes the crunch from the other end. GMD stopped by Darkest as well, and he's up to 3 already. Now going for more, and he'll get 4 this round. One hell of a way to start your first round back from who the hell knows where.
I mean, literally from the darkest dungeon was Darkest resurging that round, coming in with a vengeance on a 4K pistol round, where unfortunately he couldn't make it in time here after the PC issues that we've had for Core side on the first map. That said, though, let's talk about this compositional change coming out from Core. It is looking a little bit wacky at times, but remember, we are playing in patch 10.04, where there is the buff of the deadlock. So you have a Gravnet every 40 seconds pretty much, and this is going to be a strong point for Core to start working, like scaling into the mid map, not going too deep at a time, and then taking advantage of their double duelists to play aggressively on the defensive side, as you just saw Timotino open things up here again.
100%. That scaling with different weight on different sides is going to be so strong, and this double duelist core is already looking tremendous. Timotino now getting in on the action. He actually wasn't as forthright as Darkest was last match, but I think that's just because he knows when his team needs to rein him in, and you know, he needs to be that closer frontliner, a respectful player more than anything else, but I think that's going to change now that he's got a rein on his team.
Yeah, this has been a strong point for Core despite their loss against Hubert Academy. The last game that they played here in the playoffs is despite their opponents sometimes having a better read and better macro around how to work the map, there's always going to be like a Timotino or a Darkest or a Nerve that's going to throw a 4K within a round and just put a wrench in the wheels of the attack side or any type of strategy you're trying to do here as the opponent. And now Darkest in this round, already with the operator and almost got that pick there up towards long. But at least it sounds the alarm here for TSM that they went for an early op into their bonus round, just like Core has done in the past as well, and looks like they want to refight this.
Yeah, you can now spray through those smokes on the early push with Sim having to be the one to prod it, so TSM has to go full-blown, potentially may just TP out of this if there's too much firepower in their way. And with Darkest still holding on to this operator despite all the blinds launched his way, they'll at least disperse back again to try to make this push a little bit tougher to deal with. Really open angle he's about to take here. That's gonna be semi-fines!
That is so gutsy, but he gets good value out of that. And you were mentioning the TP. They can't really do that yet here for TSM because they never took control of showers in the first place. So you need now to rely on both Vora and GMD to start working around the map, to start working in tandem, to maybe find out where and if somebody's pushing forward. And good, they read correctly, but now can they close out on Timotino?
Vora will take a shot to the chest.
30 seconds left.
But the early threat is dealt with. How quickly can they clear the rest of this? Shower is a little bit faster to it, and the double sonic sensor will still shut down Vora and GMD to an extent, but TSM have no choice but to press forward, and they still will take control of that first leg of the site. Back from Nerve, and now Snarly as well out from Lamps. The extension is perfectly timed from Core, and Dark is still getting in on the action too. Now a high-low for the one that's left. And Core will sweep back through and claim the third.
And he'll get value out of that operator, never afraid to pellet an op. And I mean, Wyatt's casted last time with I Hold Shift when Core was playing against Hubert Academy, being surprised that Darkest plays the attack side op as an initiator, for example, on Haven, which should have been the case if we actually did get that first map. But now he's pulling it out on the defensive side on Reyna and is also owning it up so far here for Core on a defense. And you know what? You got to give praise on how they were set up here for Core. They had the beautiful push coming out from Timotino, so they could heavily hold towards this B site. There was actually a wall bang first coming out from Darkest, as you just saw here in the replay. But nonetheless, with the fact that Timotino dies, they still had good delays because of the sonic sensors left towards that site, and TSM had to rush for a plant. So they got delayed by those. A net was thrown towards U-Haul, and Core had full control here of the retake.
Been able to kind of silence that ability to get back outside. Sim early approach, but Timotino still planted on the hookah. TSM can swiftly deal with that and make it a 2-for-1 trade. Now they'll speed their way down hookah to try and make mincemeat out of whoever's left on site. But Core, again, they're ready to intercept. They're quick to this punch. Got to manage a whole lot of sight lines, though, and 7 climbing up top to deal with Nerve encased. And Core is split apart.
Spike planted.
It's so hard for Core to try to retake, but it seems as though Darkest is pretty much committed because you still have the wall here towards that spawn. So if they wait this out and there's mistakes coming out from TSM, I mean, this could be, you could turn this around right away. There's that
7
first.
swung on first outside the mesh. Snarly's found a crevice, but can't creep too farther past it. So now with it down, they'll make their escape on site, and the immediate interception beautifully timed by primarily Recoil, who is the one to grab the 2 kills on top of it. TSM grabbing their first round of the game.
And don't worry about it, Ruby Clouds. I still got Sean Garris's chat going on here. You're asking me and calling me out on the buff here of the net, and you just saw the value of what they just did here for TSM, because they get value off the net from early control and information, and then it resets and cycles up here to grab the last two running out from the spawn. You also get around this composition from both sides of Core and TSM a lot of value around the grab net and the Tejo salvos to really start creating a lot of stall into the potential retakes here. So you know now from Core side, you have to up that tempo. Players are still trying to get used to these patch changes that happen on the changes from Clove, the changes from ISO, and also most recently on Tejo as well, and Clove. And I think I already said that, but Deadlock is the other one I was talking about too. But now back with the action. Dark is back with the op 2. And he takes full control of Showers. And TSM, they're just waiting for the next cycle here, for the next stop and go.
Maybe you're so right. Throughout this entire playoff tournament, it's not just been, you know, how much time a lot of these higher level teams have taken. It's a lot of adjustment to these tiny changes that the meta has given. And it has really messed with a lot of teams' macro timing, how confident you're able to peel and press. And both TSM and Core doing it the most. Sim now on the operator can jump peek Darkest and slice him down. Rest of Core will duck back, and good reason recoils. Ult is out, but Timatino silences it before it's triggered.
And that was a nice little bait and switch here that came out from TSM to allow Sim to move forward. But as you're still trying to scale up to get some information and try to keep players far here towards the A site, Jimdy's already taken down.
Dimensional drift here from Timatino to scope out
Beautiful.
Where everyone's at, and 7 follows right behind. Perfect distraction play, and they'll just rush on before the plan even goes through. TSM able to silence that first part of the push, though, and now it's just Logan left in the back line to deal with Vora and 7, who still has that operator and is ducked all the way back to the garden.
It could still be doable, because it's hard to play this. Well, it's still 7 with an op, though. He's going to land that one, and that was a nice little pivot towards the end here from TSM, because as they knew there that they lost GMD, they had to move very quickly towards this B site, but the wall was already thrown a long time ago from Snarly. There's not enough HP left on the wall, so only one person needs to break that barrier. It allows the other two players, one to scale in, the other to watch each other's backs in case there's people coming through the TP. And that was a beautiful shot ringing out here from the attack set of TSM, just to make sure that they could work together in tandem to move inside this B site for a plan. I mean, you'll see it right here, that first bait and switch. They had beautiful util coming out from TSM as well to make sure that they take control of that short A side. So I think there's a reason why they love playing bind, is because they're getting good value out of this composition of smothering the 3 lanes and using the TPs to their advantage.
Yeah, completely suffocating whatever lineup Core has in store. Oh, Sim once again on this operator, aggressive as can be. Core have every reason to be hungry, but the loser's bracket's really all you need. Core can at least go blow for blow and find Sim as well. He's gonna search for a third here and can't track down Vora, who swings back and deals with that, but 3v2 is more than Core could have asked for.
Yeah, for sure. Some good damage they've done with the shares at least. And now if they're able to force out even the ults on the post plan, the armor getting out from Vora, that'll be a huge dub right now, because he's committed towards this U-Haul. There's a flank coming through, and Snarly gets a pick. You might start forcing these out.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Snarly early to it on the smoke drop, and Recoil shuts it down quickly. Now Logan, and Ace is asked of him at this point, and he will be able to find nothing. So TSM will equalize here and have some guns to boot. Core, unfortunately, yeah, that early aggression that netted them a couple rounds off the drop, it looks like TSM has been able to slow that down, and that gets rid of a lot of Core's firepower.
For sure. And now they have even the ult cycles in their advantages. Man, there's still 2 good ones here from Nerve and also from the Deadlock ult that they have here on Core's side. But nonetheless, we have to talk about the good damage they did on the Sheriff round for Core, at least at this point. But the op still stays here on the attack. That potentially might not allow TSM to get as quickly into the sites or as explosive as they want to be. But they might have to leverage a showstopper in order to do so.
More than willing to let that go, but he'll just peek it instead. And Timatino is caught off guard. Arcus just has to make his way into the queue, and TSM more than ready for that. Launching the Rolling Thunder in, and the Armageddon on top of the back site. Sim, now the showstopper comes through, and that is suffocation incarnate for TSM. Yet Nerve, yet Dark is still finding those kills on the back of the site. And so an orbital strike now tossed into the mix. Core throwing all the chips in, and Darkest making even more ground. all of a sudden, it's TSM who's suffocated, and QOR has complete control of the site. They're able to get half before the salvos, get them off first, but still so much time that TSM has to waste, and so many players they need to mow down through this smoke. QOR still playing respectfully on it. Darkest now the hold down, and this should do it. No TFT peeks it. Snarly has to last, and QOR will inevitably get it done. 3 standing though. TSM continuing to make it difficult.
Chaotic, and even so many ults were used within that round, and you thought that it was going to be a little bit more coordination coming out from TSM's side to really overtake the A site. They got the Armageddon towards the back of the site. They got at least a Rolling Thunder to try to push them into the Armageddon, but there was a missed timing there that still allowed the 2 players inside the A site to get 4 positions in the front. You can already see it. The Reyna's hiding inside the smoke. Darkest finds that timing. The Showstopper doesn't even scare them. He doesn't even go in the smoke to try to make sure that they can clear inside the smokes, and it kind of caught TSM off guard. So a slight mistake that might prove to be costly here in the first half, but at least the economy's still good as they have the rifle round for TSM, and they're continuing this very, very slow pace at the start of these rounds, which is totally understandable because they're getting good first bloods on punishing the short A side, on how QOR always tried to post somebody in a very early position. For example, if Timotino with that Yoru.
Yeah, finding ways to catch QOR chomping at the bit, but in turn, with rounds like that we just saw, QOR is finding new ways to play fearlessly, and so no early pickoffs, and we're approaching the minute mark as some util is traded here. Stealth drone no longer available, and QOR is going to get pulled away by his team as they'll once again set their sights on the most vulnerable spots so far when it comes to those first bloods. Timotino sees the signs potentially, and there is the peak. Now you're not ready for it, and it's 7 who falls. In goes TSM. And Timotino again spots Vora now, caught out by the orbital strike, and that'll finally deal with him. QOR on the response, recoil catching the TP, and so TSM ready to sandwich the remainder of this site despite being a little bit down. Sim is extended out through lamps and gotten nerve. And Darkest is well zoned away with that grab net. TSM finding those individual isolations at the perfect time, and once again making an even game.
You nailed it right there, Tenric. It's the timing that came out from TSM to turn it around in their favor because they've already used the drone up towards long B to try to clear out towards long, to try to find if the Opera was there. And then I was thinking that they'd have to use the grab net to throw it towards the U-Haul so they could actually hear an audio ping of the net being removed if they want to scale up towards short A, because they don't have other utility to scale up on. So they walk contact. Timotino gets 2 free kills out of that, but look at the position right after. Everybody else rotated back from that default slow rounds, that 2-1-2 that they're trying to play around. But we'll hold that thought, though. There's actually a push coming out on the defensive side just to try to push towards the spawn on the attack.
A one-and-done chance for QOR with the gun dip in play, and TSM will shut it down nice and quick.
Yeah. And that's the thing, TSM's just ready for that. This is the second time that they throw a smoke down towards the short A side for QOR, just to not allow TSM to go for the free swings into the short A side. And this time, understanding that it's against an eco, they're probably going to push at that point. So held back towards the spawn, easily done, easily taken care of, and now they get a plan on their side.
We'll see if Logan or Snarly can farm up any orbs here on the way out. They'll at least make some noise. But as you said, yeah, TSM starting to look well practiced on the approach, and they've been able to really swiftly deal with these little infights that happen once the spike fully goes down. As long as you're not fully pushed out as a squad, it seems like QOR are far weaker when they're not able to deathball.
Yeah. Definitely, and now they'll probably have a chance to do it in round number 10 because we have this dimensional drift available for Timotino. But you have to think back about this composition here that we talked about how good it would be with this deadlock change that happened most recently in the patch. But you're also thinking about the synergy of what you could do behind a dimensional drift, which they don't really have this time around here for QOR. You can't really stall behind. There's no breach that plays to, or no assert that are playing in the past here in past compositions for QOR to allow Timotino to get good value out of the dimensional drift to come out of it and get a pick. So you're going to have to be very synergized and potentially keep this utility left behind by Deadlock and by the Tejo on the side of QOR so they could maybe combine the retake and that forefront.
Yeah, if you're going to play for the retake, you have to play so much off of the faux scouting that Timotino is going to have to end up doing. And so that will involve backing out a little bit, which QOR has not done yet on this site that they look to intercept TSM on. It seems like they'll probably either let him use the Yoru ult next round if they think they can take this fight, or this round is going to take a hell of a lot longer. 55 seconds on the clock, so, you know, a lot of TSM can do.
Look at every time TSM just cuts noise, right? And you're forced now the defenders to push forward, and they're isolated now in the B fight.
And Sim searching for his target, can't fully kill it. Spray through from Snarly, a little bit gnarly, can't catch everything. And now that Dimensional Drift actually will come through from the back end with Darkest following. That's everyone scoped out in the remainder of Core, and yeah, Darkest already fielded away. It's gotta be Timatino to get a lot of distraction, and then probably at least 2 frags here.
Yeah. You could do it for sure. Well, not when you team flash your teammate.
Yeah. First peek out, already sandwiched. And there's really no way to enter this. Yeah. It's a new one.
Yeah, this is pretty much a done deal, right? A 4 versus 1, all the utils coming through. Timatino has none left to come out towards the spawn. So TSM, another one of these rounds where it's great IGL once again being called by Vora. Vora in the last game was also popping off in her loss against Winthrop University, but this time is popping off into calling. Because another weakness that you have from the composition from Core is that you're so starved from information on the defensive side. Because you only have this Tejo that could maybe drone, you could maybe throw a net to try to see if you could hear some audio calls of the net being pulled out, but that's all you got. So that's why Core feels like they have to put Timatino and Darkest in forward positions, and that's how they're punished. But now that they're being punished, how do you stall it? They go for smokes from Nerve instead. But if you're smoking yourself off, then you have no way of figuring out where TSM's kind of like holding their slow rounds. Yeah. So TSM has full reign and full control of, you know, both extremities, middle, use the TPs whenever they want to. And you saw when it was even a good read from Core back towards the B side, they had a 3-player setup in there, but we're at the minute mark and you have no information left. You saw that they started pushing out, trying to find information of where their opponents could be. So they're all in 3 individual spots, one in the backside, one now covered in smoke, one inside hookah, and then they get fully punished by TSM's buddy system. So again, pristine calling coming out from TSM, and this is why you're seeing a Core timeout, so they can at least salvage the remaining rounds here of the defensive half.
At TSM, like you said, Vora doing a great job of calling these bunker setups onto site where Sim can kind of extend willy-nilly and get whatever picks he really wants to. And then whenever they're not doing that, it's still not dead time. They're cutting noise, they're cutting intel, and Core is going into panic mode because of the comp that they're running. And so they've got to push and extend and try to find something on the aggro and get that intel themselves. That has come up short these past couple rounds. Has the hunger run thin? Or does Core still have life in them with these pistols in hand?
Yeah, or I'm wondering if Core is rushing these rounds because Dark is maybe running out of minutes on in his land center, so they're just trying to push forward. Put some more coins in there, bro. It could be a long game. But joking aside, they're on an eco this time around here for Core, and you see the changes a bit. I mean, the timeout doesn't really reflect what they're really trying to do this time around. You can't really run any trap plays for Core's side, but they are allowing TSM to get a little bit more map control, and you see the value again of the net. Grabbing one right there. Tejo Salvo's coming through. Darkest still gets a kill though.
Yeah, I don't know how he's able to find that with Sim bouncing across the walls. But TSM will still try and find a way in the old-fashioned way. Again, Recoil's ultimate stunted and stopped by Timatino. And this is a brick wall that TSM will not be able to bust through.
Yeah, I mean, you're lucky on the side of TSM. I mean, you have a breach. Maybe something you could have done here to flash towards U-Haul or flash towards the towels just to... You could counter the one-way smoke being thrown by the Brimstone. Now they have to commit towards this A site, but they don't have the power of numbers to try to overtake this.
This is such a big part of what we saw in TSM's weaknesses that led them down here yesterday, was just how telegraphable a lot of these pushes were, and a lack of intel a lot of these points for Core. They've deduced that usually means they're just gonna go for the same place a second time.
Yeah.
Which, here we go again. Timatino still holding the choke, and this time it's Vora to silence that, but Nerve has now taken his place in 0.25 seconds, and they've been able to shut that down too. GMD has no time, he's gonna hold on to this gun, and Core does grab a 5th round this half.
And a thrifty out of that. I don't think they were expecting to win a round like that, but when you have Darkest and Timatino, they could definitely turn it around in their favor. And that's a thing though for TSM. I mean, they should have been ready into the explosive that they're trying to get through inside these sites. They haven't taken full control of showers really at the beginning of these rounds. They tried to net Darkest there, and at what, 4 HP, 5 HP left, he still gets a kill with the Sheriff. And this right here, like just out of positions and off angles that cannot be cleared, and you're trusting the util behind the initiators. but you don't have the flashes to come through to fully blind the attempt of the push inside the A site, and Core took full advantage of that, and that's a beautiful way to put them back in the game.
One last go at it. Darkest back on the operator, heading down B lane. And meanwhile, TSM, no harm in continuing to let these first 30 seconds be a time to let Core make their own mistakes. So far, just a lean on the stack due to the util trade that's going on over here.
And it changed too. I mean, it's a 4-1 setup this time on the A side because the Ops looking down all the way towards long B. They have a sonic sensor for the jump out, so they could trust here that the late push is going to be once again at the mid round for TSM towards this A site.
And it's all here. Armageddon to the back, Sim into Lambs. We've seen this story before, and it's gone about the same way. Sim 1-for-1, Snarly intercepting with the deadlock ult. Does catch one. That's some good stall time, but GMD has made his way through showers, and that's the timetable that Core was working on to have full control of the site. TSM now have that first half, but they don't have the spike down. Recoil still has to step into the sun, and Core's here to play. Now GMD shows an elbow. Snarly gonna start creeping up. Darkest for the reposition to the high ground to find the remaining members of TSM, who are also starting to circle the boat and try and meet back up with the pack. GMD heads back. Snarly catches Vora peeking outside of showers, and there's only 10 seconds to go as this mesh fades away. Left. Recoil still creeping up, and will now find this as Darkest has done his full-blown check of B site to make sure that no one has crept over there. 1v2 that Snarly attempts to manage off here as Darkest heads back up to high ground.
Those nets are still good, so that delays here even more Snarly to force to come out. But at least they don't know where Darkest repositioned, but I love that TSM's playing the buddy system here.
Yeah, perfect double swing off of that. Really great shuffling that they've been good at for a couple splits now. So Darkest, it's more of a default approach than anything. Doesn't really matter where you came from, matters where you end up, and that's with a 5-7 deficit on the defense here for Core. Look, circumstances considered, did a lot of people expect Core to even get this far this half?
Nope. I didn't, to be honest with you. This was going to be a very hard half no matter what here for Core with the composition that they're coming out with. And to get 5 out of that, I mean, this brings out a lot of promise on how much they could get on their attack side because they are a lot more focused here, in this double duelist approach on the attack. But you've seen so far the story of how this first half came through is a lot of timings on these flanks from both sides on how these were played, especially that the only Sentinel that's being utilized for both of these teams is Deadlock. So you can kind of walk through these sonic sensors and get good timings behind opponents if you're seeing that there's no pressure coming through here from the attack side. So TSM might take advantage of that going into the second half, while Core, this pistol are still trying to scale up and find info towards Hookah and Showers. It looks like it could still potentially be a B finish.
Yeah, Timotino's just searching at the moment. TSM have long been one of the better pistol round teams as well in Challengers. And their discipline during them is a big reason why. That being said, GMD might have been sussed out here by Darkest, so a little bit of flushing might need to be done sooner rather than later. Vora intimidated into getting checked out, and Darkest will prey on it. Now,
this is good, though. And sorry to cut you, Tenret, because if you're looking at this point, the wall's still towards Showers, right? And that's going to dissipate soon, and you already had forward positions there. One already started rotating back, but finally, nobody's making any more noise towards B. They could call here that the hit's coming towards the A side, but util's still good.
Great net to the salvo. Sim will swing on top of this and doesn't land a single shot. Timotino a little more extended out of the doorway.
Spike planted.
Great starts on all fronts for Core. The rest of TSM will make their approach. No reason to really stall this. In fact, Seven would rather use this fault line now. So he can at least step in. Vora managing anybody who tries to step out to fight him, and that's Darkest first, obviously. Down they go. Seven can't do a thing, though. And this is not impossible indeed. Core have all the players they need to win that pistol out.
And you have the power of that Yoru into this composition, because as he takes Showers control, he also has a TP back towards Palm, where the lineup of the Brimstone could be here towards short A. So if there were going to be more picks and less numbers towards his B side, he could just start TPing and support the rest of the team into the B side hit. But as the wall was being thrown and there was no more pressure coming out from TSM towards Showers, it's a free walk up for him. So now it gives an extra avenue for Core to work with, where the drone that they had from TL towards long B was perfect to force a swing out of TSM from that B cubby, and then also allow for the players to fall back if they wanted to towards that A site because of that forward position from the Euros. So again, nicely done for Core, taking a little bit out of the playbook of TSM with a different type of approach on how they slow these rounds down. But it's looking good, at least for their pistol. Now TSM on their eco are gambling on a stack towards this B site where you're hoping here that Recoil could find the information to lay maybe with some grav nets and maybe sell that fake that they're actually stacked towards the A site. And then they could walk into that trap, but it's not looking to be the case. Everybody's trying to play contact for Core inside the A site. Okay, wait, here's a start.
Yeah, that's the timing that TSM's searching for. Timotino can at least cut that short. So Core do see the site that they can prey on. And yeah, that's what a lot of this comp is going to revolve around attack-wise, is playing away from your duelists until they find an in, and then you play completely around them.
Yep. And when you do, you have the deadlock to just throw the walls on top of that, so it makes it very difficult for you to retake the site, especially in this eco round for TSM. They're running nothing but classics. The best weapon they have here is a Sheriff in the hands of Vora. Respectable that he does that because he actually did get a kill in the previous round, so he should still be okay in terms of economy as an initiator going into the next round. But now Timotino, I mean, the hunt is good. This would allow for him to get an ult if he kills both players here, and he will.
An ace for Timotino that round. Impressive work. Once again, just walking up the shower. And no reason for him to not be doing that a majority of these rounds, in which Core is going to do a lot of defaulting up sand and short. So it's not like we're not going to see TSM try to fight this occasionally. It's just a matter of when. On this bonus round, might not even be the best start. We might see some earlier fights taken by Core this time around just to try to get the drop on them.
Agreed, because just before we got into the replay, Darkus was going to buy again an attack side op, but he switches into a Vandal because they have this dimensional drift from Timotino, so they could start leveraging this information and see what type of util they could use. Now info towards showers, they could salvo in that spot, they could push him towards the Reyna moving forward too inside A.
So Timo susses out all three members currently playing A site and teleports right back to where Bora's sitting and waiting for him. Is it enough work for the rest of Core to make their way on site? They've only taken the Lamps half of it, and Sim is now holding down the linked door. Solid two-piece that he'll pick up to slow this round to a halt for Core's attack. Darkus now poking, prodding, can't get the kill though, and every second is one that Core is losing, but Logan still finds GMD, and now you have every excuse in the world to run back and reassess. TSM will force to stack.
Oh, they're going to re-clear showers as well. So now you see this full rotate coming through, but now that they have no information for TSM, one of them might start rotating back towards the B side soon. And that would give them the time to get this pick into showers, but Vora is better, knows better as well.
That'll be just one. Darkest and Devour back to 96 as well for this 1v2.
30 seconds left.
And he's gonna go for it. You love to see it. High-low, not even a leer to it. So the bonus round is a good shutdown by TSM off the backs of just a really solid interception. Core, I appreciate them still wanting to ego it. That's how you should run a lot of these set plays, but TSM will still beat it.
Also respect that he went for the Jiggle Peak first, because if he actually went for that leer, he knew that, you know, you had the deadlock still alive for recoil. He could throw that net and maybe just catch him when he throws the leer, so it'd be a wasted utility. So you could jiggle that out, bait the net if they whiff the shots, and then he comes through with the leer just to try to re-clear in that spot. That said, though, that was still a bonus round for Core. They still did a lot of damage out on the attack side. They're forcing out 3 weapons for TSM in round number 16, and they still have the attack side op that they wanted to use in that previous round in the hands of Darkest.
There. Drone going out.
And they'll start making some noise up those B lines again, just to see if they can
over there
make anybody on TSM sweat enough to walk into Darkest LOS. Smoked out though, as the rest of Core tries to insert a little bit farther up. Nothing crazy so far though.
Yeah. Well, the thing is Darkest even ran out and broke it with the classic. That should be a tell here that they have the attack side op for TSM if they expect and know the playstyle of Core, that they love pulling out the operator on the attack. So as you can see, not peeking out towards showers despite the space that, you know, you think you would have from the drone from Bora.
Oh, recoil will punish the push. Lurking for more, but Logan at least intercepts that. 3v3 on the approach, and Core do have just enough space to enter this, but they know that that op is there, so if they pressure this now, it's an effective 2.5 v3, unless Darkest still finds the one. 7, though, stepping on and grabs 2 more against just Darkest on 35 HP, and he's still holding on to that operator. Whole lot weaker that way. 7 himself will pick up all 3 of the kills for TSM's favor here on B side.
What is that jump out from 7 towards that spawn? That is the biggest play, like the biggest confident play that I've seen coming out of a breach, trying to retake a site, or at least not giving a chance for your opponents to really set up. First off, beautiful first blood coming out here for the side of Core, but then Recall did his job on that site. But look at him, 7 right here. He jumps out with a fault line, flashes in the front, and then Salvos came through and he flashes again just to get the full blind on the 3rd player to get the last kill. And that is some superstar anchoring on that side of 7. And now Core, economy broken in round number 17, looking to push in as a group to at least get a plat down, and it's denied by GMD.
Still, they must go forward. And with the salvos down bathroom, they're at least able to suss out a little bit of space, but GMD is unfettered. And Core's reach only goes so far this round. Keeping 3 up as the spike will get planted, though.
Nice. Even GrabNet lineups coming in from the B site to see if they can net somebody down and maybe bring in some more util through, but TSM's going for a full retake of 5 versus 3. I mean, this should be doable. You're playing against only pistols.
This shouldn't be too difficult. GMD on the road to an ace, actually. I think they might try and give it to him.
Yeah, looks like they are.
We'll see if Nerve steps out here. Sim gonna play for the body. It's Molly tossed on top. That'll take down Recoil, actually. We're having a little bit of fun with it, aren't we?
Wait a
Oh my god, wait! Okay, Nerve. Okay, buddy. That was a little too good a shot in that last millisecond for me, because that's a detonation stopping shot right there.
100%. 100%. We were kind of trolling for a bit, trying to maybe get the ace for GMD and just have somebody full stick and die, and everybody just grouped up around the molly. That's kind of crazy stuff, but at least we could relax a bit, just breathe through. We tried to go for a jump block. That's what we were trying to do, and that kind of just threw away the whole plan. But that was so close there on that kill. That could have been a breaking round there for TSM and Core to start the comeback a lot earlier than expected. But now Recoil is going to get tested towards Showers. Low HP.
Great crouch peek by Timo. Get the drop on Recoil. Staying up. Means that they still have to burn through these sensors. So Timo continues to make a bunch of noise. And we'll see what we can bait out. That's 2 duelists revealed here in Showers, and so Sim will just apply a little more pressure, a little closer to short here. TP in from Timo on the truck. Perfect catch on top of the Armageddon. That is a complete takeover of site. And how about one more for good measure as 7 steps into the fray? Core, that's a great take.
Yeah, I mean, just the TP coming out from the Euro is really nice off the execution. I even think they threw a GrabNet all the way back towards that spawn because of the ult, knowing that players would try to fall back towards that spawn. And I think he even caught GMD, so a very beautiful execution by Core. And this is going to be pretty much Vora saving his weapon. Has no choice.
Yeah, it's got to be at this stage. But yeah, like you said, just these setups that Core has to offer once they have everything locked and loaded. And if Team Latino is allowed to get in, like this Yoru wants to be facilitated to, then this push does look as strong as any that involves Sim with that double blast pack in through lamps like we saw last half. We'll see if...
And yeah, that's the type of skill you kind of see here from Core because of that, right? In this composition that you have, you can't have like a raise really satchel all the way up towards U-Haul. So the way that you scale up on top of that is how they're currently executing it. When they're not throwing the GrabNet towards the spawn off the full ult execute, but they could go salvo and GrabNet right in that spot. The GrabNet goes through walls. Although with the new patches, the radius is smaller, it's still wide enough to still catch some players off guard. And then you have the Euro just TP maybe towards the U-Haul side or maybe towards truck side so that he could actually take advantage of that space. And TSM has to recognize that already because, again, if this is their favorite map and their best map, they know what they're up against when they see these type of compositions. And now, on an eco on their side, they have that hero rifle that they saved from the previous round, but they're giving it to Sim so he could take full advantage of Showers. And maybe even Orb here for an ult.
He's already gotten ahead of it, seeing how far he can creep. Very creative from Sim.
Very patient by Timotino.
They're still waiting on this. Sim's gonna check it though. Oh, until the perfect moment not to.
And yeah, he's got the showstopper, but not in this round.
Oh, man.
So it's going to make it a little bit more difficult now for TSM to salvage this round because, again, the strongest weapon being that Vandal is now so far away to be able to get picked up here by TSM.
Trying to maximize how many risks you're allowed to take here. I don't think 7 is going to go nearly as far as Sim. Who's
next? Cutting through.
Sim, though, is going to use this drift to make sure no one's pulling off any crazy shenanigans right in front of his face. A site is remarkably barren right now, in fact, so
30 seconds.
that'll be the go signal for Core. They'll step on, they'll plant.
Oh my.
And 7 is hanging out. That is a weapon that he will use in just a moment, especially if the rest of TSM is already dying. Teemo recognizes that he can get ahead of the rest of this, and 7 recognizing that he needs to get in front of it now. 3 kills for both of these top duelists, and now Teemo is multitasking. The turnaround on top of GMT, still good for it, and an ace in the cards, but a 1v2 puts 7 against so much pressure. Snarly still holding down on top of this spike as Teemo makes his way back. Still looks nigh impossible for this breach. First tap on the spike, Snarly the jump out. He's got to track this down. Time is running thin, and Timotino's made his way back around. A second ace for this Yoru, and a 9th round for Core that continue to clamor for this map.
Oh my god, his second ace is again against an anti-eco, but that one was way more impressive. For him to have the heads up 180 flick to take down his Quebecer compatriot of GMD. And GMD, oh man, it's so uncommon of him to miss these kinds of shots, but it's tough to just try to react here off the Rolling Thunder from 7, who somehow got another 2K with a Vandal behind that. And that could have been really everything to allow TSM to overtake and get their own thrifty against Core, pretty much at this point. But now you've wasted out the Rolling Thunder, a pivotal ultimate they could have utilized towards the later round, or the later portion of this map. Well, a small dub would have been, hey, well, you have Timotino that used the dimensional drift on that previous round on an eco, and that should give us the advantage of the ult into the next round, but now they don't. Now they have to fight fire with fire in terms of the gun round versus gun round, and a timeout maybe is that discussion to see if you want to pull out the operator for Sim, if you have enough money for that in the first place.
How the mighty could fall thanks to a round like
not
this.
In slow-mo.
That is really yucky. No timeout called just yet for TSM, and I don't think they're going to, Vans.
I mean, they just did.
Oh, that was? Okay, that was my fault.
It's all good.
I thought we were just replaying. I was stuck in purgatory.
Dude, I am in awe of how the action's going back and forth in here anyways, that I lose my train of thought as well, looking at how, both teams are playing a good attack side. And that said, you go back into this timeout, and TSM did not go into this rifle, but they go into the same type of play to have Sim on the top of the APC and on top of the truck to look that down. And he's going to try to ADS against the Opper on the other side that's trying to do a ping pong swing for Core's side. And he knows better to fall back and try to leverage a showstopper to maybe turn it back in their favor and take the lead by 2, hopefully.
Once suppressed.
Extend their lead.
Looks like Snarly really would love to insert Darkest with this operator, and so they wait out the stealth drone to make sure that he's not caught on top of this box. So anybody swings from the lamp, instant kill, but TSM's not even taking that chance. They're hanging way back with all of this prep phase util ready to go.
There's no real stalls besides that showstopper, and if Darkest lands a cool shot or that, now you can't even use it. They didn't break it.
And Sim not shooting that down is integral to how quickly Core is able to manage this site. They still got to step on to the sonic sensors, so a little bit of time still wasted, and now we're back in front of this. Armageddon placed up short, so Core, time has never been more of the essence here. You got to get it done now. There's the showstopper from Sim. You've given the man enough time to get 2 off of it, and it's a total shutdown on A site. Core just not quick enough to the draw on top of that opening suppression. That was your one window, and you missed it.
Timotino's just trying to make it expensive, but definitely it's, if anything, a huge heads-up play by Sim. So when I called out the mistake that nobody shot that drone and it actually caught Sim off guard, and he wasn't able to throw the showstopper to stop the push out of core towards his A site. He at least boombots in a right timing inside of that smoke to make sure nobody's lurking on the other side, forces out the TP of Timotino. And when you think on that side of core, well, Timotino's inside showers, we don't have to cover that yet because he could actually go for the backstab. You're focusing your fight towards the back of the site. He comes out with the showstopper and gets a beautiful double right there. Boom. You saw at least Snarly was trying to spray him down, but it was not going to happen when he's flying the way that he is with the satchel. And now TSM does still extend our lead by 2, and Core wants to fight right back.
Continuing to expand Darkest back on the Empress, and this time he's good for the opener. Nothing further yet. Of course, seeing if anybody from TSM gets antsy and tries to get the punish, but fully aware that this stack is still in sand and no intel anywhere else.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's very, very similar storyline right now, but this is TSM that they can still use boombots, grab nets, and have the drone to get that information if they want to, because we're talking about the composition on both ends, potentially more on Core's side to be starved out of info, but TSM could definitely have a little bit more with this boombot. But looking to be more reactive on their side. And I love the wall being thrown right now. That's going to stall things a lot here. You're forced now to break it. You can grab that and wait it. Now you can ult it.
Perfect on top of that GravNet, and as Timotino has left the building, there's no one here to save Darkest. So Core is freely down 1, and they have to commit to this B site now that Timo is extended by his lonesome to it. So it'll be a B site plant, whether Core likes it or not. I have a feeling they're not the biggest fan of it, Vance.
Yeah, and they're doing this still losing hookah control. So this is tough right now for Core to play the pulse plan. You're now pinned inside. Your only exit is back towards long B or inside the site, where you still have Vora with potential salvos coming up in 10 seconds.
Every channel that isn't checked is one that TSM is in grave danger for. So you see the compression on site and then the extension to Garden off of it. Nerve having to play keep away with this incendiary outside of the elbow. Snarly with the ultimate cannot catch recoil, and he swings back out to catch the Ditto as well. Nerve has at least dealt with Sim, and TSM can step onto site with this personnel lesson. Timotino still hiding away, though, playing this waiting game on top of the salvo. Swings out, catches Vora. Now on top, Recoil swings back down and catches him too, but time is running thin. Recoil up to 4 kills, and Nerve is a mile away. But that Molly has no doubt stalled it out long enough, and Core is still going to be able to take the round.
Molly line up from Nerve, the reflank coming out from Hookah. The pulse plant looking good after all here for Core, just because of the amount of stall that Snarly did inside of Tin. Timotino kind of just played the bait. You have to at that point. They never expected that Timotino was going to be there after TSM has taken care of Snarly. And that was probably the saving grace to allow the flank, the lineups to be set up here towards this long B side, because TSM have to activate. They have to move with util. They have to flood back to try to at least get the tap onto that spike. So everything turned out to be pretty good towards the end. And we're now, once again, 1 round separating these 2 teams, with TSM still in the lead by 1. A split towards Showers and A side a little bit quicker than usual.
Locating targets.
And they'll see if they can go for a lot quicker of a collapse now that they've found that early intel. Darkest is just bum rushing this site, and with Snarly's help, they're gonna mow down 1. Now stuck in the smoke, GMD a little bit pressured. Darkest has his pick of the litter, and that's a second. Now GMD finally finds the first person to get his foray outside of that smoke, and it's Logan. But Core still have overwhelming control of their corner. Just not the spike. That's the main issue. 7 and GMD now encased, ready to swing this at a moment's notice, but it's still a 2v4.
We'll get chaotic as soon as this smoke is done.
That's 1 for each. Drop back down from 7 for 1 more. It's a 1v1. The GMD has the bullets and help to win! 1 in both lanes! And TSM is on game and match point.
That has got to hurt. Darkest at 0 bullets and GMD at 1 HP towards the end of that last exchange. A 2 versus 4 won by TSM. That Core is not going to like that if this is going to be a map here for TSM, or at least a round win for TSM, because now look at the econ. Core is extremely broke going into the last potentially round of this map. And that will be the last round of the series and for their split 1. Because remember, they had to forfeit the first map.
Quite possibly the final statement piece that TSM needed to make this match. But Core have swiped away a couple thrifties so far this round, coming from those ISO'd picks. And TSM, you already see them a little overexcited here. Sim having to duck Mega back in the stealth drone used very early.
Just trying to see what you could do here with almost nothing left in your arsenal. You're not even close to ult cycles on your side, and you're just hoping to pop off the smoke disappearing here on the defensive side and hoping that your util catches.
Step out on flash. Sim hiding away in the smoke. Salvos do catch GMD. You got to get on top of it, though, and nobody else from TSM has any reason to move. Darkest extends into showers, or excuse me, into lamps. Or out of showers. No, he's able to find that opener. And searching for another. Nope. We've run out of resources this time.
And then Spike.
One enemy remaining.
Now, double jump in. Another
30 seconds
1 for
left.
1. And Logan does have a gun in hand, but so much ground to make up. It'll start with recoil behind these blocks. No util in either of these players' hands. And Logan does have the salvos on cue, so could use that to zone out one of these players. And they are separated right now, but 10 seconds left on the board. It is a one and done tap.
It's over.
And yeah, you don't have to swing this super hard if you're recoil, but you will in the bitter end. A match that doesn't leave the best taste in one's mouth, but it's TSM's all the same, and they do absolutely deserve to make top 6 in these playoffs. That is a fact.
TSM always continues with a good lower bracket run, and thankfully here, they were playing their second and only map on their map pick, which is Bind. That said, I gotta say, you kind of started that second map on even footing because there was still a long delay from both ends. So any hype that was going into this game kind of just like slowed down moving into this matchup. And you definitely saw here from the side of QOR, they were not really flustered by the fact that the map was delayed. They lost the first map out of a forfeit, and they still fought quite well with that opening 4K from Darkest. But it's just bittersweet towards the end here. I would have wanted to know what it was going to look like here on Haven, knowing how QOR played pretty well here on this map of Bind with the brand new composition that they came out with.
Yeah, despite every circumstance in the book, QOR came out and they played mega authentic VALORANT. That's what you love to see for their final match of the split. No doubt we'll be seeing them pop out in split 2. TSM
Agreed.
will move forward into the top 6, and we've got one more match here in the lower bracket today. Before that, we'll have the desk go over what we just saw and get an interview going. Just a moment, though.
not how we wanted it to go down, but cannot take anything away. Looking at the second map of the series, TSM, it was a close one, but still, we have praised TSM so much for just their prowess on Bind. Dan, we're going to see that come through yet again. And with that, TSM going to be moving along within this lower bracket.
Yeah, it's a TSM that moves forward and a team that looked really good. It was very close between the two. I think the casters were talking about it. We did not expect that first half to be as close as it was between TSM and Core. But once we go into the second half, and when it comes to the last few rounds, TSM just had a better understanding on how they wanted to play these retakes. And it was not just one specific way to play the retake. They had different ideas. We see at round 16, that round 4 that they want to win so bad in the second half. It's a very fast retake that they were able to win it, even towards the end. That 2v4, I mean, it was everything that you can ask for. That is what we can expect from this TSM squad. That's why everybody rates them and places them so high. There's this individual calls that you can tell it's the time that this core has been together. It's the time and the practice that they've had that is allowing them to make quick decisions and go into these retakes and make them winnable, even though it seemed like it was just the round was over.
Yeah, it is insane, that chemistry that they have on the side of TSM, but you still want to be able to give credit over towards Core with how well they played. I think that there were insane pop-off moments. We saw the reason why we were seeing Darkest on that Reyna and everything like that, and they were really thriving in the chaos, it felt like, for that composition for Core. But I think what TSM did really well was adapting to it and taking those moments to breathe during a round. I think that's one of the things that TSM does the best, is when things are getting a little bit crazy, they don't mind cutting that noise and making forcing Core's hand as far as looking for a little bit more of that information, and TSM not getting lost in the fray of things. And I feel like that calm calculation coming out from the team is what ticked them over the edge.
It's a core that deserves all the credit as well. They were running this Reyna composition, this Euro as well from Timotino, and we were kind of having our questions of, okay, what are they going to do? It was a Darkest that first round, he was going in, gets 4 kills, and that is every time that you saw him pop off, he was opening the rounds for the team. A Timotino as well that did so insanely well. He ended up 28 and 18 on this one singular map that we got the chance to see from them today. But unfortunately, as you guys were saying, it's a core that gets eliminated from playoffs. And I mean, I still have a good feeling about this team coming in the future. It's just a TSM that knew how to close it out. And we saw, just as we talked about the synergy of the team together, I feel like that was shining the most.
Yeah, it was definitely heartbreaking there for Core, but I also want to give a chance to highlight Recoil as well on the side of TSM. I think a player that we mentioned as being, you know, a rookie coming into the competitive scene and looking pretty good, but I feel like his impact is something that we really do have to highlight for this TSM squad, especially when they were on that attacking side in that first half. It felt like Core had a lot of ideas, whether it was with the TPs or some flanks that they were looking for as far as that space taking that needed to be done on defense because of the lack of information that they have in that composition. And it felt like Recoil was always on top of, you know, watching for those flanks, ensuring that they could shut down, that he could shut down some of that space that both Timotino or Darkest were looking to take. And a big reason as far as why a lot of those retakes didn't end up working out for Core.
Any sort of potential shutdown on Timotino and Darkest was huge for TSM here, because Timotino was having an absolute series and Darkest on the Reyna was really good stuff. So for TSM to still take the win when you do have this Yoru that's putting up numbers on the other end, of course, it then highlights these individuals on Core, but then for TSM, that resiliency to push through despite sometimes being a deficit in these rounds and everything else. And this is where I want to highlight Vora and this calling throughout the series too. Being able to call and adapt around this double duelist composition here, Dan, that Core was having, and those little differences at the end to be able to bring TSM this win.
As we talked about, it's a retake that the team was playing that was not just one singular thing every single time. It was adapting on the fly and adapting to what the side of Core were doing to them on the attacking side. And again, Core played it so well. There was a round by Timotino where he's ulting. He goes on the one that he gets the ace towards the end. He's going in. He's looking for the players coming to try to get that retake. And so it was a constant adapting on the fly that we had to see from Vora, and it just works out really well. That's when the ideals really get tested, when it's a match that is as close as this one was.
Yeah, especially with, again, all the chaos that we were talking about, right? Being able to keep that cool head for the team and call for the fact that, you know, it's okay to take a breather. We just take a beat and then we can reassess our approach into this round. And it was really nice Valorant that TSM was playing up against the firepower that Core is bringing to the table.
And for TSM, that is now a lower bracket dream that stays alive. So congratulations to them. And now for our post-match interview, we have Vora on the line to chat a little bit more about that game and just TSM in general. Congratulations, TSM. It might be the lower bracket run, but you're still alive. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, yesterday was obviously, you know, it happens, but you know, TSM, we're gonna definitely know for a little lower bracket run. So I'm pretty excited for what's to come. You know, it's a good win today.
Is great stuff indeed. I want to talk a little bit about what happened yesterday, because for TSM, we've gotten to see a lot of great things throughout the Swiss stage. And then yesterday seemed a little uncharacteristic. Was it maybe just not quite ready heading into playoffs, just shake off the rest a little bit?
Nah, you know, so like our team, like we kind of like set up the heat when we keep playing matches. And, you know, when we get iced out for almost like a month, you know, like we were kind of getting back to the swing of things, you know, maybe nerves, I don't know, maybe bad day, but I'm confident to say that is definitely what the TSM we showed like during group stages. So during our lower bracket run, we're definitely going to show our more dominant side. And I think today's win was pretty good. It will be good for our next match.
Looking at the spine, it's definitely been a strong one for TSM. Corey, they bring out this double duelist we haven't necessarily seen from them. So now you're going up against this Yoru and this Reyna. Both are putting up numbers. So I want to know then, too, how you're able to adapt and call to make sure those two are shut down in the best way possible for the victory.
So yeah, it was pretty uncharacteristic of them to lock that, Yoru Reyna. And we expected, like, we played against rankers, a very hectic comp. So, you know, we slowed the rounds down, opened up with more barrier holds. You know, we slow it down, see what's happening. And as you saw, they pushed down short a lot. We found lots of early picks, and we just kind of capitalized off of how much we could and adapted to their weird random aggression that they decided to switch into for that map.
A little switch up, but you guys weren't caught too off guard. So now, I know you'd already touched on this lower bracket run a little bit, but of course, with being able to see how things are shaking up in the bracket, I want to know how you're feeling just about in general with this whole journey TSM has to go through.
I think we're all getting better every day, and I'm confident our team is something special. And unfortunately, we have to do from lowers, but you know, you got to lose to win. You know, losing's learning. So we're gonna get better, and we're gonna claw our way to the top from the losers bracket for sure.
It just adds to the story. Just adds to the story. Bora, thank you so much for your time. Congrats on the win. Best of luck going on in the lower bracket.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care as well. All right, first win of the day, and TSM are moving along, and there is still two more teams fighting for their lives here in this lower bracket. It's going to be Envy going up against Blue Otter after a short break. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America. TSM to win their match, move along in the lower bracket, but another elimination match up ahead. Blue Otter going up against Envy. Another series where, looking at the teams, this might be a little bit unexpected to see this already in this lower bracket run. But Dan, I'm excited to get into this.
Yeah, I'm excited for this match. I think, as you said, maybe not the one that we expected to be in the lower bracket elimination right away. And that's specifically because of rankers. They are the first team who made it to playoffs. They were 4-0. Everybody was surprised when we saw this happening right in front of our eyes. Just they kept winning, and we're like, okay, maybe they are just the most insane team we've ever had in Challengers, and they're running these very specific, very unique compositions, and they're getting away with it. But the last match did not go the way that we expected. So now I'm wondering, is it because teams are starting to get a read on how these teams likes to play, how Exeter likes to play. Is it just that one-time thing like we saw for TSM and they're going to get the win? I mean, they are definitely the favorites to win.
Yeah, I think granted, it was a really close matchup that they had up against M80. Again, we didn't expect them to lose out on that the win streak that they had going for themselves on the side of Envy, but it was almost a full match. It was like a full series, honestly, the entire way through. That 13-11 that they lost initially on Abyss, and then the 13-10 that Envy managed to take before ending things out in that overtime loss. And it was definitely difficult. I think that part of my concern here too for Envy is the fact that they haven't faced against a loss. I think that these teams, this team does have a lot of confidence behind them, but they're untested when it comes down to seeing how they're able to come back from losing up on a match.
For the first loss for this team to have suffered in an official match, to be the first one of the playoffs after being the most hyped team going into this, I love that call out to looking at the bounce back here. And I think the biggest impression for me for this Envy squad was, even if the series was close, it seemed a little uncharacteristic from some of the members. We've gotten so used to the firepower in these really clean shots, and it was kind of missing just a little bit. So if they have that going into today, this should be pretty strong. There was some great step-ups from like Inspire, who had a great series here, Ash. But when we were looking at that firepower with the double duelist, it was something that we didn't really get to see as much come through despite how close this was. And when the matches are so close, well, I'm looking at that being that difference maker.
Yeah, I think that was definitely difficult. I think I don't know if anyone else saw the Kane Zera tweet. He was talking about how he didn't do his same warm up going into into the day before on Monday. But we'll have to see if it ends up being a little bit of cope or if he can back that up going into today. Again, I think this is a team that has a fire lit underneath them. They'll be looking to find that bounce back. But again, these are players where we haven't seen this iteration of a roster take that loss. And although you can talk the talk, it's a question of if you can walk it as well. And we've seen teams that have had hot starts previously, you know, in other leagues. And once they face up against that loss, they kind of lose some of that steam. And for the likes of Envy, that's where my biggest question lies.
Especially for this being a team that, when you look back at stage 3, where this all happened, it was a team that didn't have any pressure because, well, no one expected anything from them. Then going into stage 1, it was kind of the same idea. There's a little bit more pressure, but still not nearly the level at which they're just got signed. They're in the playoff stand. Like, it keeps ramping up more and more. So with that last loss and all of that pressure, like, there's more on this team than ever for the team that was the loosey-goosey, we're running it down sort of style.
Yeah, this is a team that people make fun of, but not because they're bad, but because they're really good and they just keep winning. It's a team that they're kind of getting away with what everybody wants to get away with in these competitions, these plays, and they're working out so well. But this is what we were talking about, right? So in the group stages, they were doing so well, winning every single one of those matches, most of them 2-0. And then just the first playoffs match, the one that you can say it matters the most because you want to start strong, you want to start getting that momentum through the upper bracket, they lose against M80. And I think M80 obviously also one of those teams that we always highlight, we always talk about. They have some really good coaching staff behind them. But with the Rankers performance that we saw since last year, as you were saying, Sarah, I think my expectations were for them to win it and go through the upper bracket. So now it's a little different for them. Obviously, every player is always saying that you learn the most when you're losing. And I mean, we're going to find out if that's the case for Rankers as well.
And I'm looking at the fact, too, when you look at that history, that it's been, they qualified without dropping a single series. Like, that was the 4-0. We haven't seen them for a month until we got to see that loss. So Bora was talking about how, yeah, there's been a bit of time off, and I'm looking at Rankers and maybe if that's kind of a sort of similar thing there. And I know that Ash, you'd already kind of touched on Kane Zera here, and you know that the tweet about maybe not practicing beforehand. But we're going to talk about the other duelists on the team, the one that the infamous Yoru here, all 3 maps, and kind of compare and contrast going up against Zeldris, someone who we've also had a lot of praise for.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a really interesting head-to-head, right? Because we've seen what Zeldris can do being a little bit more self-sufficient on that Yoru, but then you're also going, again, I mean, it is a little bit of that rematch, but I'm pretty sure actually when these two teams faced off against each other, that was all the way back in the first round. And Zeldris actually wasn't on the squad. So we haven't actually gotten to see him go head to head up against, the Yoru GOAT himself within Eggster. I think, though, the big thing is, for the side of rankers, they have to do a lot of flexing around with their compositions. That's why we see them pulling out things that are kind of unconventional, because they have to slot in Eggster's solo Yoru pick, where he's not going to be on any other agent. And I feel like as the split has gone by, all of these teams have been getting more and more reps again, playing up against Yorus who are nearly as mechanically gifted and as talented as Eggster. And I think that's what's making it a little bit difficult now for the likes of rankers, is now these teams are starting to get a hold of how do you play up against that Yoru play style. And it's not taking people by surprise as much as it did earlier on in this split.
I'm curious, though, on the opposing end. Obviously, Blue Otter have done their homework, but there is still going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders heading into this series. Because when we're looking at all of the losses that happened in that first round of our playoff matches, every one of them was close, except for this series, unfortunately. It was a Blue Otter that you're talking about, an Envy on the other side that had an uncharacteristic game. This is one, Dan, that completely shocked me. Blue Otter, especially when you have Zeldris, Bob, who's just an absolute beast out there. Everyone else, this is the only map that didn't go to 3, and the first 2 weren't really that close either.
That was the thing. We knew that it was going to be a match that could go the way of Shopify Rebellion or the way of Blue Otter. It was maybe a 50-50 for some who we've been watching this Blue Otter team look so good, but this was not it. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't figure anything out on that map of Split, that map of Fracture as well. So again, it just seems like it's a pattern for a lot of the teams that we're seeing early in the playoffs bracket. Just very slow starts, figuring things out, figuring what is going wrong. I think today should be much, much closer. We've talked about, obviously, Bob and what she's been doing on this Tejo, playing only Tejo and nothing else, has turned her into one of the experts of this agent in Challengers. But I think in general, there's not that many players that are only like Tejo main, only nothing else. So I want to see what she's going to be able to do today. I feel like there's a lot of set plays and a lot of cool ideas that she's bringing on the fly that if you're going against rankers, you absolutely need.
Yeah, you definitely do. And then the reason why she's able to play that Tejo is because that opportunity was opened up by them slotting Zeldris in onto this roster, right? Where we saw, him having an uncharacteristic performance up against Shopify Rebellion Black. He was getting consistently shut down by, honestly, every single player on the SRB team. We weren't being able to see him have the impact that we're used to seeing as far as his fragging potential goes. And that's a really big win condition here for Blue Water, is if Zeldris can get that hot start, or if it's going to be a little bit of a slower roll. But a big part of, his ability to take that space is also going to be Zeke. Most consistently seen on this breach. I feel like Zeke is a great other initiator, especially being the flasher here for the team, as far as being able to help with that space creation. And then also, honestly, he was a big part of what kept Blue Otter in the game against SRB, especially on that first map.
Yeah, there was kind of jokes about like, okay, well, at least Blue Otter didn't get 13, at least they didn't get 13-1. But when we look back, like Zeke, especially in this first map where Blue Otter managed to get these 6 rounds, was probably the only reason, frankly. Again, so uncharacteristic of the rest of the team. So I'm looking at the bounce back. I'm looking at what they're capable of doing today, because when we have seen the peaks of this team, it has been so great, and one that I still think an underdogs when we're looking at Envy here, but one that could go toe to toe. But one big difference for these teams that we're having to look at today is not just the performance in the server, but Dan, also outside, looking at these IGLs, what they can call, and just every facet of their play.
When you're Blue Otter and you're forcing a Tejo in every single map, and when you are rankers or Envy and you're running the Zero every single map, you need some good calls to make sure that you're getting value out of these two agents every single time. And I mean, we've been seeing it. We talked about rankers, how they were undefeated in the group stage, how insane they look, and I think Poppin as well in that supportive role has been amazing. I think he's the one that I'm keeping my eyes on, and what are you going to be able to do around what Blue Otter wants to bring to the table. I think it's a rankers that know how to take control of the game. And for Blue Otter, I have a feeling that they might have trouble doing exactly this.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Dan, because I feel like what was a problem for Blue Water was when they're playing up against SRB. SRB had great fundamentals yesterday with how they were approaching the game, and a lot of that had to do with the pace that they were controlling. And there's no team that likes to control the pace more than Envy does. And a big part of that is the fact that Poppin is so dynamic with the calling. They're able to really just pull out a lot of different ideas on the fly, be very dynamic with how they're looking to approach a lot of those rounds. And I think that that is something that is going to be difficult for Blue Otter to face up against, considering how they were struggling to kind of play their own game in yesterday's matchup.
At least there's a night to kind of talk things through, bounce back. And I think, too, when we've gotten to see the turnaround for teams here in playoffs, the sky is only the limit here. But I still have a lot of questions for these teams. And I want to start kind of narrowing in on this a little bit more and talk about the map picks and bans for the series and where exactly we are going. We've talked about the compositions and how there's some parts of it that really just don't change no matter what map we see. So we'll always see a Euro, we'll always see this Tejo, and we're going to see a Haven Dan to start it off.
And I love it because we didn't get to see Haven in that first match today, and I wanted to see it so bad. It's one of my favorite maps to play and to watch, especially because this Rankers team has been running this double duelist competition with the Euro and the ISO, that Fnatic comp that we've talked about so much recently because we keep seeing it from Challengers teams. But the one team that knows how to get away with it and get away with that aggression is absolutely Rankers. So it's a map that I'm excited to see from them, and I think for Blue Otter, to how we talked about how they're able to slow things down with Tejo, how to control the pace. Now this is the real test if they're going to be able to do it against Rankers, because it's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
What is so fun about this series, there was the callback of this being a rematch going way back to the beginning of Swiss stage, and we're seeing the run back of the same two maps, but in different orders here. Before it was Rankers picking up this Lotus, Blue Otter with the Haven, and we're switching it up. So this was the only team that Envy had dropped a map to within the Swiss stage was to Blue Otter. So Ash, I think with all of those different layers, and now to re-see these two teams face off with elimination on the line is super, super hype. And this is going to be a real testament to how much each of these teams have grown throughout a regular Swiss stage.
Yeah, it's kind of poetic, right? To be in the first day of elimination within playoffs, to be going into this revenge matchup between these two, if you will. At least revenge for the likes of Blue Otter. But you're talking about how, okay, it's the same lineup, but swapped who's picked which map and whatnot. But we've also changed the roster from what we saw last time around when they did face up against each other. This is a Rankers that did not play up against a Blue Water that did have that Zeldris in pocket. Instead, that was back when Bob was on the duel list. And now I think we've hyped up Bob so much as far as what she can do for this squad, being on her most, I mean, she's very flexible. She can play like any role, but her most well-known role in that initiator, especially now that she is becoming one of those Tejo experts, it's going to be really exciting to see how Rankers looks to adapt to that. But again, these are two maps where we're expecting to see Kane Zera on that ISO to start off the day as well. And we've seen how potent he can be as far as just being an opener and someone that's so difficult to deal with because of the shield that he gets to pop up and give him that kind of like extra breath of life in those first engagements. That's been really difficult for teams to deal with.
Yeah, at this point, Blue Water will have all of that tape and experience from their previous matchup in Rankers, maybe not quite as much considering the changes, but when you're looking at the individual firepower that the players on Envy have, I keep interchanging them. Like, I'm still trying to get it in my head, like Rankers Envy, whatever. When you look at the individual firepower, you can have all the tape you want, and that's still so difficult to go up against, which is why for my predictions, I couldn't pick the underdog in this one. I had to say Envy all the way for this one. I think that the last series we saw for Envy was just too weird. It was too off. So I couldn't say that, Blue Water, it's going to be them. And I think Everyone agrees with me. Damn, this is weird.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wow, we're on the same side today. That's crazy. We're usually arguing. No, I think it makes sense. Well, look, Blue Otter absolutely has a chance. They have very good mechanics in that team, but Rankers, if we're talking about mechanics, this is the team that you're talking about with the Yoru, with the ISO on this map of Haven. I think everything is pointing towards this Rankers win. Yes, they did lose that first match, but I think it was as we talked about, learning lessons, and they should be good today.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think that my heart is also with Rankers on this one, but I do think that the fact that they did have that loss on Monday up against M80 is a really close one at that as well, with all the pressure that we're talking about with the org signing and whatnot. This is probably Blue Otter's best chance at trying to take the series up against them, because they are dealing with a Rankers that is bruised from their earlier result. But I honestly don't think that that's going to be enough. I feel like, based on what we've heard from the players on the side of Rankers / Envy in interviews and just the attitude that they generally have, I feel like this is a team where that just ignites a bigger fire underneath them to try and bring a very dominant showing in this elimination matchup.
Next time we have to coordinate for one person to be up against everyone, because it's significantly less fun when we all agree on this. That's all I'm saying.
You still have time, Tara. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Pop
off, queen.
I don't know, man. I don't know. All right. I'm going to take a serious think about that. See how much I want to switch it up for today, as we're going to take a quick break. On the other end, Blue Otter versus Envy. Don't go anywhere.
Don't forget, vai. Don't forget, vai. Não tenta bater de frente. Sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Don't forget, vai. Don't forget, vai. Não tenta bater de frente. Sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
mess you made. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made?
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting. So, called a pause so I could think about my predictions, think if I really wanted to go for the underdog today, switch into Blue Water.
And
I'm sorry. I gotta stick with Envy. Nah, we're just waiting for players. It's not actually me. Casters cannot start game no matter what you all think.
No, that was just because you wanted to think about it.
You caught me.
You
caught me. All right, I gotta stick with Envy for this one. I'm definitely hoping to get a great series into this, but when I look at both of these teams having a couple of struggles in their last match, even if both of them fix them going on to today, then you can't deny that this Envy team, they were undefeated up until that loss, and they just, on a good day, they look unstoppable.
Yeah, they really do. And I think that's the big thing, right? Is that this Rankers Envy squad is so good at starting off on the right foot. They always start off with really fast tempo on these maps. And then they're able to just like carry forward with the pace that they're looking for. Very much so a team that can focus on playing their own game. And then for the likes of Blue Water, we've seen them capable of replicating similar results in previous matches as far as that tempo control, especially with how flashy of a player Zeldris can be, but it also requires them starting off on the right foot, which is something that was missing as part of that puzzle yesterday, and is something that we're going to need to see as a turnaround. But I think there's a big difference too in the fact that, like, for the likes of Blue Water, their loss was just yesterday. They had, overnight to consider what happened, refresh their mental. Meanwhile, Rankers, they've had a full day to actually look to reset that, and I think that's also a big difference maker here.
Time to head into the agent select. Reminder, first map of the series, we do in fact get to see a Haven, so yippee there. Dan, going into this now, I mean, for Envy, we always get to see this double duelist, and it'll be going up against Zeldris on this jet.
It keeps everything is the same. Everything is what we talked about. We talked about Bob on this day, how she's been playing it every single map, and we talked about Rankers. Obviously, Exter always playing the Yoru, but more specifically playing this double duelist composition in Haven that I think it's really, really fun. And it matches their playstyle so well. You can play aggressive. You can either send the Yoru to play faster or send Kinesera to do the same on the ISO. So you have different options to open up the sites for the team, and it is exactly what we expected. I'm excited to see that duel though with Zeldris and what he's going to be able to do against this comp.
Yeah, I think Blue Water starting out on defense as well first is going to be a bit difficult considering, what you're talking about there, Dan, with Kinesera and Exter being so good at opening up these rounds, especially Zeldris having to go head-to-head against Kinesera, who on the ISO is going to have that shield. And on defense, Blue Water, a big part of their attack or their defense plan is going to be setting up Zeldris on those op lines when he has that available, but it's so much more difficult to find value out of that when they have to break that ISO shield first.
Well, it's now time to see how these teams bounce back if they've done their warm-up going into the match, and who's going to be taking down the very first map of Haven as our players are ready. So let's head over to our casters, Tenric and Vance.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Shift put it best yesterday. If you can't match the mechs, you can't hang. And Blue Water, in a rare moment unlike them, just could not hang, with Shopify Rebellion Black getting absolutely sunned yesterday. No better a wake-up call today than an Envy who has finally, for the first time, been heat-checked. And it was by the 8th seed. Vans, character arcs have been developed, life lessons have been learned. These two teams should be speeding 130 down the Autobahn today.
Yeah, but it's going to be a difficult one for Blue Water for sure, because you go back and you reflect your gameplay against Shopify Rebellion that played a beautiful Valorant yesterday, but then you have to now adapt to the crazy off style of Envy going into this game. So whatever you thought about last year or last night might have to go out the window, and you just have to fight toe-to-toe once again. But I want to keep an eye here on Envy. They're starting off on the attack side, and this is a new tech around the wall that's available here for Kinesera on this ISO change. So expect that to happen quite soon. I'm hoping to see a little bit of right clicks. You're seeing them moving as like a pack so far, and this could be a great moment to right click, push up the wall, and walk up behind the wall. So I'm very intrigued. I'm excited now as we have challengers and these patch changes to allow us to see, the new changes of how much Deadlock and ISO brings value into the potential meta.
Yeah, we've seen how they disperse off of the mobile barrier. Now it turns into a tank. KaneZera and Ion getting their opening frags, and yeah, this feels like a welcome reunion for Envy. Stepping onto site, Shondex and Bob ready to meet that reunion themselves, and so it takes 2 more members of Rankers to trade them back out. Now it's Shondex for the cleanup, and he's good for 4. A clutch for Blue Water that nets them the pistol.
Oh my gosh, a 4K for Shondex too, and clean with it as well. And Shondex also had some of those moments too that kind of caught Shopify Rebellion off guard, where he had pivotal moments, pivotal kills that really allowed Blue Water to get a couple of those rounds that they unfortunately still had a heavy loss that they suffered to Shopify Rebellion. But this is still great stuff coming out of them, and I mean, everything was there for Envy's side. They had 3 players facing that player that just couldn't land their shots, and that's, again, another uncommon stuff coming out here from Envy off the rip. But we've mentioned it yesterday. KaneZera on the tweet said, I wasn't locked in. Watch me lock in now, and he's already pushing out towards Garage.
Need to see that proof in this first map. And Shondex, now that first key holder, and absolutely swarmed every single angle that you could approach C with. Rankers have it. They have the C site itself too. Early hold here by Inspire will catch a lot of the steps throughout spawn, so Blue Water definitely not going to be checking this, and they've already been stalled out. Zeldris, oh, the whips from Inspire! Oh, that is a bad omen if I've ever seen one. But Envy will continue to press through, and KaneZera is good for 3 now. Zo's still having to hold down the lane, and it's a 3v2 for the post plant.
And Zo's still alive, so he could smoke off the plant and maybe go for it.
Undercut in to slow down. Now the rush down. Zostol again. Another shot out to stall away. Firing away throughout this smoke. Another trade through and popping. The last shot on the Marshall through the smoke is enough. Envy somehow make it all work.
Oh my God, chaotic as hell from beginning to the end, and maybe could have been that turning point. It could have been a sealed deal if Inspire did get that kill into Zeldris. It almost looked like a half-second of hesitation where I thought he was going to move up for a knife kill, but instead goes for a right-click classic. And you know the RNG for that sometimes, and the reaction on the dash to turn around and get the no-scope right after was clean as hell. Oh my, the replay looks very nice onto that one. But overall, how the hell did Envy push all the way through Garage, up towards the ceiling, and have beautiful utility to overshadow Shondex in the back of that C site? Where was the protection of Rankers, of Blue Water, that once again plays the 4-1? This is a read coming out from Envy so far, knowing that they're playing a lot of these weak side BC sites and putting a lot of emphasis on double initiator to set up Zeldris in forward positions. So a beautiful play coming out of that second round for Envy, and now they're looking to convert here the anti-eco.
Yeah, they're recognizing the Blue Water can't set up speed traps everywhere, so the second you find this weak site, they'll pounce on it, and they're gonna hold on for dear life, not even leaving for lane just yet. Exter is hungry, and he'll find his first. Still a trade out though, and Blue Water continuing to play that waiting game, spraying through as the smoke's gonna dissipate. Zeldris first to step out, and everyone from Rankers is just gonna spray through. It is an absolute smattering that Poppin will not let anybody walk away from, and Rankers will take that second.
At least this time, these sprays through the smokes are actually going to hit a lot cleaner than they did last round, because you're trying to get some sprays and spams with the Marshall and Classic through the smokes here that was thrown up by Zostol. That said, this is back into common grounds, right? It's just like basically NV1 pistol, played an anti-eco, losing bonus, etc., etc. So we're back into a 2-1 scoreline, and we forget about the clutch that Shondex just pulled out in that pistol round. So we move into this round number 4, where a judge is being played. More emphasis and focus towards the B and C lead. They were just mentioned before here that Blue Water likes to play the weaker side usually at this point, and it's Zeldris walking alone. And I like this because there's no fault line coming through, so you don't expect that somebody's gonna literally just walk down in that spot. So yes, even if he forfeits the A site on his execute, he has full control of short, but now it's gonna get cleared up by a drone.
And with this unfettering speed that Rankers will run with, they'll suss out Zeldris and kill contract the guy with the operator in hand. Zeldris has to get extra active with this classic, and he does a pretty damn good job. But KaneZera can at least shut that down, and Rankers have control over the rest of the site, save for Heaven, where Bob is able to do some damage control before the spike goes down.
Spike planted.
Zeke's about to come through, though. Zeke doesn't have Aftershock for hell. The only thing he has is a fault line and Paranoia combo. One hit.
Step out into the TP. Zostol, good effort, but KaneZera is ready for it. Zeke Susses out the steps, able to trade that away, but the rest of the hold is pretty solid here from Envy, and it should be all set and done. I don't think Ion's even been, felt out yet, just looking for extra at that point, so Rankers have enough in the tank to get them over the line this time. It's 3-1.
And that's when you know Envy could play these type of styles. You were talking about here, maybe they didn't really notice Inspire hiding inside Graffiti, if I'm not mistaken. No, he was Ion, sorry, hiding by Graffiti with his teammate. So that Xer could just do what he does, bait himself out. Even if he dies, they'll never recheck Graffiti because they won't expect a second guy there. And you talked about this being clean. I mean, that was unorthodox again from Kane. Usually in the Gulag, very specific with it, but he just probably didn't expect a forward right-click classic to kick things off here when the Bears would go down. Understandable, as you were fighting with an op in that spot here for Zeldris. Now it's just a TP into the site. They'll realize here that the C site is stacked. Now the decision to fall back and just pivot right into the A site.
It's like an Armageddon's placed down on that lane.
Interesting.
Trying to get ready for that push already, but instead it's a double TP all the way to CT spawn to intercept this before the site even really starts. I reckon we're having a little bit of fun with this round. And Exter certainly is having a lot of profit, already halfway to his next dimensional drift.
Yeah. If anything, though, Envy were definitely having fun, but Blue Water were looking very serious in that round. Committing into the Armageddon was actually a ballsy play because, yeah, Bob, I mean, they had the 5-player stack, but maybe one of them could have jump spotted and tried to get the information to see if there was actually players falling behind the dimensional drift so that you could actually get good value out of the Armageddon. But that was just probably one of those, oh, wait, we're playing against Envy. They get the information that there's a stack towards the seaside, they're probably going to fight us. So let's just throw the Armageddon down. And it was unfortunately a bad read and a very important ult that they could have leveraged here going into a round where they finally have weapons to work with. Because, you know, Shonix has the hat. He's been good at anchoring, or at least in the clutch in that pistol round. The anchor in the second round was a little bit hard to do because of the amount of util that was coming out here from Envy on that split on that C site. That said, though, this timeout is definitely going to be a good way to calm down probably the pressure that Blue Water currently feels, because they had to play a very strong team yesterday against Shopify Rebellion Black, and now they had to play here against Envy, who are the clear favorites. Now that we had so many reps and knowing how Envy are good this season here for Challengers.
Right. Yeah, now that Envy's gotten all the push-ups in, they continue to look clean, but yeah, they just need to look as leveled up as they claimed they would be for this tournament. And Blue Water's a great excuse to make sure that those reps have been paying off in spades. And like you said, I mean, you can throw a lot at this when you're understanding of the fact that rankers are just going to W key towards you, but with this tempo shifting that Blue Water clearly has to be ready for, rankers, they're going to continue being able to kind of just shift back to whatever push they really want to go for. And I mean, if Blue Water throw another ult at the problem, that's 2 for flinching. Yeah.
We're at least able to get some sort of utility trades at the very beginning of the round here. No control towards the A side because of the smokes, because of the salvos coming through. They already forced out an early drone from the attack side, so that's a good start and a beautiful first blood for Zeke.
Gonna double back to hold down back of B site so that rankers can't bottleneck it, and Inspire ready for Zeldris to get greedy on top of it. Extra spraying through to catch Zeke too. And immediately rankers just bottle this round back up, and with a Cypher ultimate used, rankers have every reason to fully reset. Now they'll let themselves fully be known on this potential C push. There's some
like
noise made though, yeah.
Bob's push, but she's pushing too much. She's pushing too much.
Yeah, she's really far in. She still finds 2 though. The stack is here though, and they'll be able to get to site pretty quickly. That being said, Zostol, this ultimate to TP back to A site will force rankers to quickly change course, and they'll settle on B site with still a lot of time to go, actually. They could even snake over to C if they want to.
Yeah, and it feels like it's going to be that play. That said, though, it's still dangerous because of all the utils still available now for Shondex towards this C site. But keeping Poppin alive will be super important here because he does have the the Hunter's Fury to work with. So they're going to stick together and make sure that they have a clear line and hold it back towards the C-Link.
Water setting up shop on the site. Paranoia in the tank here. Recon bolt ready for Poppin. First hold from Zostal. Easy tap for one. He's not gonna hold it
Oh,
down.
no.
Ion sprays through. Shondex now hitting in the smoke. First shock dart, second shock dart. Poppin gets the credit. And there's just no chance of any ground being made on that spike. Envy hold on, get 5.
Dude, the amount of rounds that Envy are currently winning by getting kills through smokes has been crazy. Remember the round that they had on that C-site plant where we had, unfortunately, a little whiff coming out from Inspire, which did whiff, by the way, in that last duel against Zeldris at the bottom of sewers, which was nice. But the spray kill towards that B site from Exter, now the double spray going into the B site on the post plant, not needing to use the Hunter's Fury is huge there for Envy so far. And it just sucks here on the side of Blue Water. They had a beautiful first blood to kick things off from Zeke's play. But then you think you have the line, you're trying to get more forward position, you're trying to close the lanes against your opponents. And you get punished here by Inspire. Now Blue Water, I mean, it's those moments here, Tenric, where you just gotta win duels, where unfortunately you're not doing so at this point.
Yeah. It really sucks because it's not like Blue Water's trying to flex their space, they're just trying to own it. And Rankers, they won't even respect that. They don't have to. They can just swing right in. And they are swooping onto C-site for this inevitable next round in the streak. Zeke might not even let this fight carry on. No, he'll go for it. Quickly dealt with as well. Yeah, no, continuously no real answer here. It is a simple fact. It has been since yesterday that Blue Water just need to be as good as the team that they're facing up against. They need to win as many fights. They need to be as good as the swinging and the timing in the corners and all of the fun terms that we learned.
Well, they're trying those hero plays off the ultimates, right? We talked about the gamble ult that they did the previous rounds with the Armageddon out from Bob. This time, it's a blind ult going into the C site because I don't really think they had a recon to go through as well. I mean, they're not even playing recon pretty much at this point, with the exception of the camera of Condex. And if they don't have that camera, they can't get the best value out of the Rolling Thunder, which was an easy TP coming out from Exter, and then they're trying to flood through with the lower buy. And that's a right click we're talking about here. They're trying to skill up in that moment and trying to catch some players, maybe try to swing back against the wall, but unfortunately, no pings coming out from Pop and no hits off the Hunter's Fury, so everything will have to be reset this time around.
We'll see what they go looking for this next time around. It's clear Blue Water don't want to hand over anything to them this round. Keep these guns and Zeldris, these knives available at a moment's notice if the flood does occur. Looks like it will on the A site, but Exter is still holding this cubby in C, making sure no one gets it super antsy.
It's a good read, too. And Bob is just jumping around so that she can probably get the Armageddon as soon as she gets contact. There it is.
There it is. On top of the fault line, too. It's right down the lane. The rest of Rankers, they know that their days are numbered, and so Zeke will grab a free 3 Inspire. This is his only excuse and moment to press forward, and he actually catches Zostal. Blue Water sends blood in the water, and they'll go for it. Zeldris is actually the one to find the shot. He'll get a free gun out of it. Now it's just Extra by himself. Blue Water have the damage control to get the job done, except for this one Yoru one trick, who is still standing and still fighting.
Oh, no.
Those are the two players with the lesser health pool. It's got to be clean as can be from here. TP in. That is certainly one way to go about it. But Blue Water, they will still manage to wrap this round up and crack 2 on the board.
Jumping up outside of the TP2 just to try to break across her and hopefully get one body shot and then be able to retaliate. Get hit by a body shot, and retaliate with a headshot onto Bob, but that was a nice try. And finally, at least Blue Water, they're able to anchor it up here towards the A site. Again, the trap play or the surprise play that was attempted by Envy got snuffed right away. And as soon as they tried to tempo up and contact towards this A site, that was just beautiful utility. Once again, this is something that Dan Dry had mentioned on the desk, where Bob has been playing nothing but Tejo in this challenger, and she's become pretty much familiar with the gaps that could be utilized around the utility, so combines it beautifully with the salvos towards that back. And there was nowhere that Ion and Kane Zero could go here towards this A side. So finally, a second round coming through for Blue Water, but they were rich money bags for the side of Envy. They break the trip to try to force rotates, but Blue Water are not really biting into this.
Yeah, not budging all the same as last round. After no clearing was done by that Hunter's Fury, Shondex does trollops over to the blocks, but that's as far as Blue Water will push on this C site for now. They want to make sure These infantry sides are held down before the real push comes forward, and we understand that Shondex can hold his own, at least for a moment. Kane Zera is on the Odin now, by the way. I thought you should know that. He's good for 2 more as Zostal steps on with the judge, and is only good for a trade here. BlueWater have 2 standing against Rankers. 3 make it 1v3 as Inspire somehow finds a head early on and is now continuing to circle through Link. Bob can at least shut that down, but out here, a lot of homework you need to do. Popping miles away. This is probably said and done.
Yeah, I mean, Poppin's still at 3 HP, so if they have bad pendulum swings coming out here from Bob, this could turn it around here in the favor of BlueWater. He's been good in clutch moments before.
Light munition.
Out of the recon bolt first, have to check the cubby. No one can swing to collect upon that. It's Ion first, and he's able to nip it in the bud. So Rankers will come away with 7. It's not looking particularly dominant, but that's just thanks to BlueWater holding back a little bit. We'll see if that can continue in the rest of this half.
And if anything, though, K0 comes immediately out with an Odin attack side. So when, again, he was tweeting out that you'll see me locked in, it's not just trying to be crisp in the aim, but just also trying to be the biggest nuisance to his opponents as he could be. Yeah. And that's a selfless play coming out from Extra, though, to open up the site, right? The TP on top of the platform, because they already used a dart to try to sell a fake or get information towards Garage and B site. And once they don't have enough util to come through, well, somebody's got to TP in to get info. And that's going to be Extra, who does it once again to make sure that this time the C site is clear.
Camera taken out. Envy is starting to get really comfortable on the C site, but nowhere else. As Inspire yet again thrown to the wayside by a Sheriff. Now, that kill contract does catch one. Kane Zera equalizes onto Bob. He's still protected on site.
Making cover.
Definitely want to make sure they got caught this time around by Sheriffs out from BlueWater's side. Got good map control here.
Step in, still stunned. We find the shots, we find the kills, we find everything if we're Envy. So, no instability here. Move along, folks. Rankers is still at 9K creds.
Yeah, it's just going to continue to be very difficult for BlueWater no matter what on the first half. Their saving grace is potentially trying to get this Rolling Thunder up on the side of Zeke. So, coming back from this replay, I want to see if there's going to be a lean towards this A side. But if there is going to be that case, are Envy going to try to find that information as well? If they recognize here off maybe a recon art from Poppin at the very beginning that the breach is there, then they could already go for a fast tempo back towards the C site. But instead, it's the opposite. He goes for the fake towards the C site, and most of them are leaning towards A, and it's fine because they already got so much damage done onto Bob. A 140 moment with the Phantom, and forces her back, and now this is just a whole W into the A side execute.
No need to try to break that preventative play style if you just do most of the damage beforehand, and so you force out the util yourself. Kane Zera gonna get a little greedy on top of it, though, and lose everything. So Rankers, again, have to change course, and when we've seen them have to question their initial path of attack, they've looked exponentially weaker here, Vance.
Yeah, I mean, there was a double insert at the same time. Even if Kane Zera walked in and died, Inspire still moved up, but the smoke thrown by Zostal, and also Zostal getting the kill from the top of the boxes, really instilled the fear here for Inspire, and he wanted to give up that space. Right now, though, there's still somewhat of map rotations they could do. Just Inspire has to start activating now that the smoke came through, and he's going to be the flanker now that Envy are looking to execute inside the B site.
Stalled out by these stuns, but it's Rankers that have to gatekeep, and Zeke safely steps in and enables the rest of BlueWater to go for the crunch, and they will continue to win the majority of that, too. Nobody on Rankers making nearly enough headway, and yeah, Shondex wrapping that up early. Very terrific round from them to get them to 3.
I agree. Even for Shondex, realizing that the type of entries that Envy like to do here on their hits, he even hides inside the Omen smoke and just greets Egster out of his TP right away, being like, hey, how's it going? Let me just take your weapon away. Let me also get some information by ulting your body, and that also nullified the lurk that Inspire was trying to do here towards the A side. So again, BlueWater, despite the scoreline, very showing that it's a very one-sided affair for Envy because of just these sheer duels that are being won on the side of the attack. The macro game is still very good from BlueWater, just like it was against SRB.
And I know it continues to be well adjusted as we've lost the 1-for-1 here. BlueWater still waiting towards the A side, but ready to play for that retake. Bob playing as preventative as she needs to, but no more. But this Hunter's Fury immediately tracks her down, and Now she hopes she moves maybe a little bit ahead of the problem. Inspire also handicapped. Still deals with the one problem left in Ranker's way here on site. And yeah, no answers will come up big here for Blue Otter. This round 2v4 for the retake, and you gotta go for it.
Yeah. That kill from Inspire was huge too. That could have been maybe a defining moment with Breach taking control of sewers so they could allow Blue Water retake up towards spawn in heaven, but this is going to be an impossible task.
Yeah, this is far too much. Zeldris has to make himself known. Nothing happening on the drop down. Shondex can't get that first swing. So a 9-3 half from Rankers, and it feels like the playbook wasn't even opened all the way here for Envy. They look to still have so much in the tank when it comes to set plays. It's just they haven't really needed to do that because I think everyone's gotten a little impatient when it comes to looking for kills in that post plan.
It's true. The Des was mentioned it before. Like, everybody's living vicariously through Envy, where you see them do these plays that they keep getting away with that we hope we could do this in our ranked games as well. But it just shows that there's still method behind the madness and how they're really gaining this quote-unquote puggy title that the community coined them to have. But there's actually very good coordination. Again, I have to leverage that second round when they went into the full push. This was also a forced buy coming out from Envy. I think we had a stinger in the hands of Kane Zero when he passed all the way up towards the ceiling. They had the owl drone coming in towards the garage. That the flash coming through. Like, there was nothing that Shonix could have done here, anchoring towards that back of the C site. And by getting the owl drone ping, it's an easy kill by spraying through the smoke from the spawn side because they smoked themselves out just to guarantee that kill and making sure that Kane Zero could still stay alive. So these are the type of plays here that you have to keep an eye on for Envy. As it looks chaotic, there's still a lot of small moving pieces around and still good coordination from, you know, a buddy system or a 2-on-2 where, especially on the defensive side that we're going to see here, they like to find these moments where they just retake a site before you even plant with only 2 players, so the other ones can come back and flank across and win like a 3v3 towards the end. So Blue Water has to be aware of this type of play style for Rankers on the defensive side as well.
Yeah, that's the layer that you peel back for when it comes to a team like Envy, is that, like, the way that they've presented themselves all of this time throughout from even Split 3 with, like, their hodgepodge of a logo and like these rip-roaring streamers that go viral. Like the image was always that they were good, but they were never smart for so much of an audience. And they have had to break that stereotype time and again because they are so much better mechanically, and they don't even need to worry about all of this higher level intellectual stuff that we see them just drag out every once in a while. It is like inches compared to miles that we could see this team reach towards. And now with a coach at the helm, I mean, truly, org debuff aside, there's no telling where this team could go, Vans.
Yeah, agreed. And also on the side of how this match is going in so far from the first half, I mean, even if you have to fight toe-to-toe, they still have a good roster to fight with for Blue Water. Sean X has proven that, you know, he's not uncomfortable in the face of the adversity of Envy. Bob has had, when I called her out when she was pushing way too far up on that A side towards the spawn instead of just cutting rotates, because if you lose that spot, then you lose the whole map control that you've already gained. She still gets a 2K before she dies, which allowed here Blue Water to really close in and get that 2v2 towards the end, where still, unfortunately, they lost. But there's still, the point that I'm trying to get to is that Blue Water still has good aim, could still fight. And even if you're looking at the scoreboard of Zeldris being at the very bottom, it's because Rankers also did a good job isolating, understanding the pathing that Zeldris would have here, and really handicap the fact that Zeldris cannot get any value with the operator at all in these moments where Blue Water finally had some econ to work with. If it wasn't going to be, for example, a kill contract coming out from Game Zero, it was still moving the map around so that he walks right into the crosshair of Inspire. So again, it goes back into a good playbook that's being thought out upon by Envy's side that is not really talked about by the community yet, just because we have amazing young fraggers all around, and they are actually making it entertaining at the same time through the chaos in the playbook.
But it's going to take so much more dissecting from them going into this attacking half for Blue Water. Expect Zeldris to start climbing up that leaderboard very quickly when they start getting their own set pushes going. It's not like Rankers have a strong sight, you know, at any point in time. They certainly have a strong retake game and a strong intercept game, But when it comes to holding itself, Blue Otter, they will be more than ready to default their way to win after win after win if rankers are not careful.
No, we'll just have to wait here for the second half to start, but at least it's a good moment and opportunity for Blue Otter to really just get their breath back, right? After how chaotic it was here in these certain rounds of the executions for Envy. And thankfully now for Blue Otter, they also have now the opportunity to potentially dictate the pace on their attack side. And they have a great comp for this, right? We look at, for example, on the side of Envy, when the Des was mentioned, this is very similar in terms of a composition of the Fnatic comp. And even some teams try to break away from that mold a bit, still use a Yoru and an ISO, but use a Vise instead, right? And that doesn't allow for you to get too much early information on your attack side because you can't throw a camera towards the middle to spot, which allows defensive sides to really start pushing down aggressively. And Blue Water at least has a Cypher to be able to stop that when they don't have a Sova to work with, right? So keep an eye out on Zeke and Bob to continue to activate Zeldris, and Zeldris hopefully has now the opportunity to step up to the plate and dictate the pace.
But it's got to come down to landing your shots, and point blank period, Blue Water was having so much trouble with that yesterday. That was consistently the biggest thing that we touched on is that Zeldris was just getting out-fragged, out-flanked, and I mean, not even out, like nobody was getting out-called. It really was a lot of the time just missing your clears, missing your peaks, and yeah, those darn fundies, right? But I mean, yeah, coming into this attack, never a better excuse or stage to be able to show what you've got. And I do agree with you on that last point that like half times against rankers should be this long. You really need a hot minute to be able to catch your breath.
Yeah. And thankfully, just enough, because I was starting to run out of breath yapping throughout this whole tech pause.
We did it! We made it through!
Yeah, thank you for listening to the Tenric and Van Silly podcast going into the second half now, but everything gets reset into a clean pistol round where now Envy takes the defensive side. And if you're looking at this buy so far, there's no real raid boss coming through. Poppin even goes for the full Sheriff and with the Recon Dart. I kind of like that because you don't really have an opportunity to get good value out of a drone on pistols. So you're trying to do the pop shot so that the others could just get the body shots and confirm the kills.
We'll see how much chip he'll do to start. Shondex is going to be the one that doubles back and catches Kainzera on the lurk. Meanwhile, Ion searching for Bob, who is by herself, so it's ultimately a 1-for-1, but Poppin now the one on his own. And so Blue Water are able to stifle that. It'll be a 3v4 retake.
So nice. We'll talk about that in a second, though, because the Envy is going to try to retake this. And as they're rotating across, they're still afraid of some sort of lurk happening again here from Shondex. So you see how they're holding W. They're not trying to give their position away, but now they're in a good position to start flooding and stop by the Paranoia by Zostel.
Still looks pretty nervous, though. Nice duck back from Zeke to play keep away with this aftershock. Blue Water continuing to stall out. Now the smoke up link 2. You got to deal with Inspire, though, and he's looking clean. Only good for 1, though, and the rest of Blue Water can hold it down. Very clean pistol round by the looks of things.
Very, very clean. I think to start things off with Bob selling the fake with the drone up towards Long C and the cage for the cross. On the side of Envy, it looked like they had the beautiful read and they had it going all the way. But they at that point, it felt like they only thought it was only Shondex that was lurking across because they didn't get real value of how many players actually crossed towards that short A. So that drone kind of forced them to keep looking back towards the attacker spawn, and Shondex caught one off guard, and then you had the fault line to come and take down the player just in front of the A site. So that was, again, very, very nice in terms of how Blue Water worked around that map and catching Envy off guard and starting potentially the comeback by winning this pistol.
Yeah, not too far off, provided you're able to come through on this follow-up. Nobody poking their heads out for Envy's part just yet, but Poppin looking so hungry to change that. We'll see who ends up beating them first. It's Eggster with the step swing. Poppin not revealing himself yet. It's a double swing off the decoy that will end up finding one, and they double back before the punish comes through. Instead, Bob's just going to take that space down sewer and not be able to find the shot onto Poppin. That's crucial.
No shield 2, no damage. That was a guaranteed one shot. And now that's a delay, and with a couple of them being hit, they're suppressed too with a new patch. Now they can flash off the contact.
There's one. Zeldris is just forced to be airborne. And Kainzera, now he's got a wall up. Now he's got a shield, now he's got aggression. That Zostol can quickly shut down, but still a 2v4 against these pistols, though. Bob checking for Inspire, that's one gone, but Ion ready on the stack. It's Zostol who has to clutch this up, and he can at least deal with the rest on site, and knows that Ion is on the way back. This is a diff in every respect for this attacking Omen, but Ion has a free way in thanks to the paranoia. TP's up, it's red by Zostol, who is good for 4 this round. And Blue Water will save face and hold on into that follow-up round for dear life.
You were gonna have to thank Zostol for sure in that round. With him being able to get that Guardian opener with, again, everything was beautifully set up by Envy in the first place. And when I saw the Wisp coming through on the side of Blue Water, it was GG right there. But again, against the adversity, there's always going to be some players that could step up to the plate, and Zostol was definitely that one. I love this little bait and switch as well to make sure that we can take down Bob and capitalize on that Outlaw. But again, you're playing an Outlaw against a full shield, 2 Omens against each other, dancing around smokes. Nothing you can really do here for Iron. So unlucky that that happens, and unlucky that this round happens.
You're in front of this quite early if you're rankers, and you're not finding nearly enough for what you're trying to stuff. This is a really tough plant that now you have to go for with all of that early aggression that Blue Water swiftly shut down yet again.
Yeah. Lost all your players too. Thankfully, the good thing is that Inspire has full control of Long C, Garage, and the Trip. So he's going to be watching towards that spawn in case somebody made it through into Garage while he wasn't in his cam. But he's got that all unlocked where Exter could maybe pop up, but he's only got a Bulldog.
Peeking into 3, yeah, that's curtains. So, free clean A site for Blue Water. Well practiced, and I mean, the discipline kind of handed itself over to Blue there, didn't it?
I mean, I kind of like it. I feel that that was probably, in most definitely, because I mean, we'd be trolling if it was a defender smoke, but Zostol actually threw a different kind of long A smoke, if I'm not mistaken. Instead of trying to block the whole brick side so that players could cross over and, let's say, TP into that cubby of the A long, they actually just smoked the entrance of the A long, anticipating that Envy would be like, well, they're smoking us out, let's just flash out and fight. And then all 3 of them got instantly punished on that side, and Blue Water were just not afraid to fight against that, which is quite nice. Because again, they have salvos, they have fault line, they have so much util on top of firepower to really try to not necessarily fight toe-to-toe, but fight with an advantage versus what you kind of had for Rankers' side trying to fight outside of that smoke. We'll have to see it if we do get a replay in the first place, and if in the replay, we'll get to see what happened, really. But I just like that little variation just to allow a clear lane for Blue Water to fight with towards that long A.
Yeah, if Zoe is able to fully prompt that on his lonesome, then that is huge. But regardless, you're left with a pretty shoddy buy now here if you're Envy, but they're gonna full send it regardless, and walk into this guns blazing again. It looks like. That being said, not nearly as much presence on the A lane.
Yeah, you're seeing it, at least for this round. We didn't get the replay, but that's exactly what they're doing. Smoking that spot once again, and now they have full lane to fight instead of trying to fight through the darkness. It allows for them to scale a lot more quickly and not afraid to go against players on the side of Envy if they want to flash through this, because they're all 5 there. Some of them are definitely going to be playing anti-flash, and if that happens, they could guarantee some trades. So I like that they're working that side, and by smoking up that spot, look at how we have 0 map control now for Envy. At some point, maybe somebody's going to have to start peeking just to try to get the mid-round info so they could stack around the right places. And if not, you're currently seeing the setup from the defensive side. They're 1-1-1-2, so weak side everywhere.
Including Ion, who is swiftly found by the ping on Zeldris. Kane's Era, the next one here for it, and yeah, Rankers, they'll start kind of shuffling in, heads held down. Kane, outward angle, free shield out of it. Inspire finds Shondex on that lurk, and all of a sudden, this round gets interesting again. Kane's Era swinging out with that LMG, nothing doing, spray through the smokes. Okay, never mind. Blue Water have full control of that site.
We'll spray back into it.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, wow. We're just going to throw the Rolling Thunder at the problem. Sure, why not? Inspire is going to get hit by it, but not fully hunted down in time. We're hyper-extending at the moment, and a barrel's been spotted, but 2 members in the window. Blue Otter continuously spinning a spider web of safety nets to get their way to 7 rounds.
Yeah, and I kind of like that, though, just peeking the barrel of the gun out so that he could maybe bait some shots, because it didn't look like he was going to fully swing out because you already had 2 players watching out towards the spawn. So that was just a good guarantee, and it at least shows the amount of respect that Blue Otter still has into Envy's buy, even though Envy had a much lower economy value going into that previous round. So you want to guarantee the round, but you also, at that point, able to get a kill from out of bombs. So she has the Armageddon to work with. I was going to talk about the ult cycles that they could have here. And they're about to use it here, potentially towards the A site.
Yeah, they really wanted to find a good round to be able to fully bludgeon this A site. As Rankers have held onto it with an iron fist for way too long, and if you really want to break this game open, you've got to at least unlock it once. But still, you got Shondex planted, looking for the first to call home. That hasn't worked out too much in his favor the past couple of rounds, but just about everything else for Blue Otter has is they'll continue to creep up the lane.
Kind of just have to know these positions, right? You know that Extra has been playing default before. Now he's even TPing out. They smoke that towards heaven, and unfortunately Shondex was a little bit too quick on trying to go for the backstab.
Zeldris insert, it's for a body. Ion caught out. Now Eggster with the entry, and Blue Otter, it looks like they're a little late to the party. Rankers is here to play, and they'll still continue the trade war. They have way more blinds to throw at the situation, though, and they'll get to double digits off of it.
So now that's what I was trying to tell you guys before in terms of when they're going into these moments where the attack is trying to go on an exit. They'll still try to keep players around to catch you off guard. And that position, on the top of the boxes of sewers from Ion really just caught Zeldris first, trying to dash in for information. And then as soon as they're trying to trade off against Ions, Exter is already running back from his TP. Look how far he TPs back from the spawn and is already running through decoy and then flashes and then comes in already for a kill and not giving a chance here for even Blue Otter to get a plant down. I was saying this is some of the things that you have to be ready for, but unfortunately it seems like we're still catching the reality that it's very hard to deal with. The play style that Envy brings here on the defensive side.
It's just so hard to wall break this because it's not one big old wall. It's Rankers dividing themselves into 10 little tiny baby walls. Ion setting up a couple himself on top of these smokes, but Bob can flush him out with the salvo. Zeke called out with the sonar, but even still, a lot of pressure applied by Blue Water onto the site itself, so they only lose Zeldris yet again, walking in and getting the spike down. Ult early by Eggster to get that information before Blue Water can think twice, and that's the way Rankers won last round. That's the way they want to win this round. Again, a trade war persists, but it's Bob and Zeke on top in the kill feed. Poppin finally shuts down one, but has to the other, and only off in hand. Shock Dart to cut him short. Zeke still low, and Poppin can finalize. It is by skin of teeth that Rankers still hold on to this A site with 2 rounds to go in the game.
It almost looked like Blue Water was able to hold that. Out of the amount of information that you were able to get out of Extra with the ult, and they're trying to move forward. And as these getting information, you see that Kane Zero is not really trying to push through and trying to get sprays. He's just trying to see if anybody's going to try to jiggle out so he can try to get a pick. And then after that, you see the heads-up play coming through from all of Blue Water's players. Just make sure that they watch their backs, and then you needed the clutch coming out from Poppin, who wins it with a Shock Dart shorty. As a retake with an op was going to be very difficult to play against Zeke, and thankfully Zeke only had 15 HP left, which allows here now Envy to potentially close this first map 2 rounds away of pushing through. But they have now to deal with an op from Ions with the op on the B site. Spire has done this setup before. One-way cages as soon as he sees something here.
And Zeldris the peek in. We've done this before, but Zeke is the first to grab a kill off of it. Kane Zera, once again, once Zeldris extends just a little bit further, it's over for him so far. And Kane Zera looking for more now that that shield's starting to expire. Zostal out the boxes will slow Kane's streak to 3 and grow Zeke's 2 as well. Now Poppin versus the world for the 2nd time in a row, and he will come up short this time. Seaside's still the stronger option here for Blue Water as they make it 9.
Yeah, and Bob is trying to decide if she wants to pick up the operator on the attack, and seems like the decision is going to have to be, nope, we're going to try to continue to leverage the initiator for Zeldris to just selflessly dash through. And as I say that, Zeldris has not. Never mind.
Maybe not for long. I assume this will maybe just be for like a lobby peek. See if anybody gets aggressive on Ranker's side with these guns down, and then just hand it back over. But
the interesting thing though is just before we get into this replay, Zostel is heading towards that C site. So the condition that they're trying to do to smoke out towards the long A is not going to be there. So you're not necessarily going to try to swing out anymore, but just trying to make sure that you can hold back a line of aggression back towards the sewers. So the focus, at least for Blue Water, is to fight towards mid, and it's a 1-for-1 to start.
yeah, KaneZera is going to get thrown into the mix, and with that undercut, he can at least deal with one. But yeah,
push.
Blue Water, yeah, they can just stay put. There is that C push from Zostel, and it does find Inspire. Now Zeldris can get activated with whoever wants to push up even farther with any more punish game that Rankers wants to go for, but they won't. They'll stay back and try and go for this 2v4 intercept with whatever they have left, which really isn't much. There is a paranoia that Ion can use here for whoever's in his way, but no one's in garage except for Shondex. He's already crossed through, so nothing doing in that respect. Who actually does miss it. Timing is crazy here, unless Zeldris does a little juke out like that, breaking some ankles here in the eco. So Blue Otter should escape with this round pretty easily.
Like I said, selfless plays. I think the only thing that was going to be scary is Poppin picking up the rifle inside the window where, you know, if it's Poppin and somebody else, any other player in Rankers or in Envy, they could definitely turn it around in their favor. Because if you're looking at it, he jumped over the trip too that was placed behind by Shondex. So that was going to be a question mark into where the players could be. But of course, Shondex still has a camera towards middle that he could check for into the post blind if somebody's moving towards that spot. That said, though, a 1-for-1 that started at the very beginning, and you had a lower buy from Envy. So you're starting to see that, okay, well, we were losing players. We have to go for information, hero plays. They're pushing on either extremities, and I like that Blue Water hasn't tempoed as quickly into a death ball that they wanted to. They just had Zostel watch one side. They had Zeldris watch the other end. And then it could have been a double kill on both ends, but Poppin manages to still save the weapon into this round. And if you're looking at this now here, Tenrek, I was going to say the op was in the hands of Zostel in the very beginning while Zeldris is still alive. I thought potentially we might try to change the tempo to have Zeldris dash in for information again, especially now that they have the Rolling Thunder and Armageddon to work with. But it looks like it's just going to be the same plan of potentially having that op look down sewers, because that tell wasn't really there yet, right? Poppin moved all the way up, but he didn't really know that there was an op there, or there was players watching that angle. So maybe for the side of Poppin, they may think that there's a gap at that spot that they can maybe try to take advantage of.
Yeah, a lot of uncertainty walking into this, and there is still so much strength behind this push that I'm really not sure of what Rankers can do outside of corral Blue Otter away from this C site a little more effectively. But yeah, just catching these early fights and continuing this punish game, grouping up when necessary. Blue Water understanding that this team play is really getting them a fair distance here on this map. And we'll see. They'll go for, again, most of a clump, save for Shondex here on the C lane. See what they can parse out.
It's crazy. Trying to go for a plow towards the C site when you know that KaneZera has the kill contract to work with. He's already moving down there.
Yeah, I mean, this is so much that you're just willingly trying to blow yourself into. But they will go balls to the wall on an Armageddon to the corner off RIT, and Blue Otter is here to play. Immediate kill contract for KaneZera, immediate kill for KaneZera. No more smokes for you, Blue Otter. Shondex creeping up the garage as this all goes on, but the sprays through the lane are too strong, and Rankers have made sure that Blue Otter can't even get spiked down. Nothing is working this round. And Rankers, I mean, again, the fight came to them, and they're happy when that happens.
Again, I think it was just a missed timing or a missed call from Blue Water. They should have anticipated there was 4 huge ults on the table here for Envy. And they've done it before. Every time you have this kill contract up here for Envy, they've been leading it more towards the garage. And maybe they were expecting, okay, this is going to happen. There's a way for us to push forward and fight behind that. But then after that kill contract won here by KaneZera, recon dart went into the site. Nobody was able to break it because they were getting stalled by the rest of the util that was being set up here from the Cypher. And a counter util being thrown by Envy, and there's just no answer that Blue Water had towards the end. So a little bit of a fumble on the reads coming out of the timeout. And losing all the weapons towards the end here for Blue Otter as well. Thankfully, still healthy going into this buy. But they've already used their own ults as well. So they can't really be as explosive into the full site execute. So it looks like it's going to be prodding around the map. A 1-1-3 setup. Waiting for the aggression coming out here from Envy once again.
Who's going to be the one to step out first? With 85 seconds, Blue Water to play with. And look for a catch. Try and re-up this lobby watch just a bit. Zeldris hanging on to it, but still no immediate hunting for a punish.
Drone going out.
You got to start somewhere, though, and we'll send this stealth drone down the A lane to see if we can catch anybody creeping up from the side of Rankers and give Zeldris a free, risky push down to sewer. There's your first implant. Catch on the operator from Poppin. And now it's do or die on the sandwich attempt here for Zeldris. He's going to continue walking up this sewer, and the spike will make its way as far away from that jet as possible.
Destroyed. But this is kind of good, though. Breaking the camera might force Exeter to walk out of the smoke, and Zeldris is just waiting. There's a gap in his own smoke. Gets the kill. Beautiful.
Now Bob could reconsider placing the spike here as Blue Otter continue to make so much noise on the C site. That's going to weigh the remaining 3 members safe for popping all the way over here.
No,
but
there's confusion.
No, Blue Otter is going to line themselves back over to C site just as Blue Otter start losing the fight. The time window is shortening, but Shondex is growing stronger. Ion can at least shut that down, but 13 seconds to go. You got to commit to this A site, and thank God Poppin decided to leave it.
I mean, there was so much confusion coming through. They thought that they would get last second hit back towards the C site when all of the Cypher Util's still there. Now the retake.
Wow.
Now
yeah,
very winnable for Blue Water.
Tough attempt for Poppin there. Bob can find that pretty quickly. So, yeah, really tough job here for Ion to get it done now. He'd love to. This is the round that Blue Water could use to fully set themselves up and get this ult cycle going. On his own smoke, no steps taken, no feet revealed. Zeldris still hiding, but Bob's made the wraparound happen. Ion shuts that down early and jumps back into the smoke, gives Zeldris away as well, and as his smoke dissipates, Ion presses the issue, spots the gun, Paranoia in to go for half of this spike now, forcing Zeldris forward yet again. Ion not holding it down in time. Zeldris barely wins it out, and Blue Water extend the game at least one more round.
Beautiful pathing coming out there from Iron, though, in a 1v2. He knows that, you know, Blue Water cannot lose this map. They don't want to lose the map, so you kind of just have to leave Zeldris on an island, and Bob is trying to play her salvos as the last winning moment so that you could delay the spike and try to win off time. So he runs around the smokes, pushes up towards the sewers, gets a surprise kill onto Bob, even if it was pinged out on the attack side of Blue Water, anticipating that push forward. Again, staying very calm in that moment, and you have to thank your lucky stars here that Shonix was still alive towards that C site for that double kill to give a chance here for Blue Water to fight this round over.
Yeah, a lot of saving graces coming from these Blue Water members as we reach the tail end of regulation. Certainly looking mechanically better than yesterday, I'll say that much. They want to stay in this tournament just as badly as Envy does.
It's a good shout. Because playing mechanically better against a team like Envy is crazy. When they were dismantled by Shopfire Rebellion Black yesterday, they didn't look like they were playing Valorant. They didn't look like they were going to be able to make a deep run in the playoffs, but they're actually making Envy really fight for the victory of their map pick here on the side of the defense.
Every inch of it. Here comes the flood. Salvos into the corners, you're flushed out to Graffiti. Nay, Link. Toppin's all the way out. And Rankers have to go for a full-blown retake. Oh, Hunter's Fury early. Poppin looking for the track down. Will end up finding Bob. And that is huge for the post plant that Zeke will now initiate.
And it's a huge kill because that's no delay. The flash saved by Shondex, though.
Zeldris also creeping into Link. Blue Water, everyone's hitting their shots. It's got to be Ion saving the day again, and he'll step into 2. That's brave. Still finds 1, though. An Inspire and another 1v2 as he makes his way back. He's finally here, and just making sure that no one's made his way all the way back around. They haven't found Zostal yet, so they have to prep for that, too. Absolutely no time to do anything other than just go for this. And there you go.
White clean. And look at the economy left, though. It's going to be abysmal for Envy going into the last round of regulation. Stinger by on a defense. Best weapon they'll have is a Vandal, unless it's a glass cannon from Poppin. And yeah, you're definitely calling out the last time out on the side of Envy. So right now, for the fact that Blue Water was also trailing behind by not so much, but still trailing behind, they never really forced out a timeout. So they still understood the game plan that they had to do in order to execute their plans correctly. And it's also been a lot of finishing on the A site, but with different variations, right? Different variations, different type of conditionings, and also different types of fakes being thrown on the C site to still finish towards A. So far, it's been looking pretty good. That last round that we just watched over, though, was nice executes coming through from the Paranoia salvos. And you see that when we were left here on that 1 versus 2 from Inspire, he was still inside the A lane. He was anticipating a Shondex lurk towards the B site. So that shows to me how much respect Envy are also giving to a team like Blue Otter, knowing the playstyle that Shondex likes to lurk around from time to time. Or at least somebody likes to lurk here from Blue Otter. It really foils the plan of Rankers trying to flood back as a team like they always do. It gives a chance now for Blue Water to fight and hopefully push this to extra innings.
And the more that you've been forcing Envy to think about, the more that lack of Challenger tournament experience starts to wear through. You got to find some way to show who's been around here a little bit longer. Blue Water trying to lay claim to this haven as well. Rankers off of that half-hearted buy. They're going to throw a lot here into sewers, including Kainzera's attempt at the double tap, and he's got to search for this now. Gets so ahead of it in order to try and find the kill, and he'll get punished for it. Blue Water see that as the go signal, but for how far? Egster trying to find a safe TP out as the rest of the team tries to stack on top of the site that it looks like Blue Water still want to fight for.
Recon still gets pinged. I mean, you got information on both sides. Egster trying to go for the hero play.
Can't find it on the first one. Another attempt at the flash. Can't spray through again. Blue Water. A lot of great damage control, and now they've dealt with Egster. I don't know how they're choosing to still fight for this and somehow win it, but it's working to a degree. Inspire, though, has a much easier time spraying through the smokes, and finally, Blue Water realized that this is not the best idea in the world, just as Poppin can punish them for leaving it.
And the rest of the players are so low on HP. This is free for Ions.
So free. One gone. Shondex on a crumb. Paranoia to stall him. Gonna set himself up on site to boot. Trapwire for even more. This is ridiculous amount of time wasted. And yet Blue Water still make their way onto site. Ion for the full wraparound on the smoke. This is an interesting way to go for it, but might as well make sure that everything's taken care of. Inspire's ahead of this trapwire that's been placed as well. It should all be curtains for Blue Water, and indeed Zostol has caught the second they've planted it. Shondex slow. Nice shot, bro! But that's all you'll get this game. Rankers will win it 13-11, but my oh my, Vans, are we not out of the woods yet or what?
Dude, how the hell did Envy end up winning that round?
I don't know.
I was just going to praise how good the utility was and the cycle was for Blue Otter from the aftershock to push the TP away, and then Exer walks back in that moment in the same spot at sewers, and the fault line comes out for them to get the kills. Yet they come out of it, of all of these fights, on low HP on a 3v3 and never were able to step foot inside the A site. That just shows then that you were unfortunately overcooking and didn't give enough disrespect to your opponents to try to fight back in the lower buy that Envy had here in their last round of regulation. So great job, a great win towards the end for Envy. But I gotta say here, Tenric, that we're going into the second map, a map pick here for Blue Otter, and they were able to push to the limit, to the envelope against Rankers to allow Envy to finally get that first map win. I don't think it's going to be as convincing for Envy in this series. This might go to a 3-map series.
Absolutely, yeah. That is 100% in the cards at the rate that we're going at. It's great to see that in a vacuum, we are back to the only real problem that plagued teams facing Rankers, which was a confidence diff. If that's all Blue Water has to deal with for the remainder of this match, they can totally face that. We'll see how well they do in map 2 coming after this short break.
Most used joke right now is we all start speaking in a random ass accent. I think the accent of the week is Italian. It's been interesting. So we'll be, you know, talking about serious strategy and just an Italian accent, you know?
So we've been saying Kappa Pringle, and like, I don't even know what this word means, dog. I still to this day don't know what it actually means. Like, it's not like I've like talked to Travis and like we've been like, oh, this is what it means. I just saw him say it once or twice. We like threw around, and it's like, I don't know, it's like a word that's used in like, if this is very absurd, very wrong, it's just like, yeah, nice round, guys, Kappa Pringle. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like it's definitely like a goblin word. It's a goblin tier word, but like, you know, sometimes those words could really like do good work, you know? They can really do great work.
Oh, the most used current meme or like current joke is that we all call each other pigs. Yeah, we like all call each other pigs. We tell each other oink and stuff. It's fun.
Probably just like the joke that no one has a job. Everybody on our team. We're trying. Hopefully we get signed soon.
I mean, for some reason, it is the Costco kid big boom meme. Boom! Boom! Because we play Teo, we call them the big booms whenever, like the grenades, like the nukes. So we call them big booms. I don't know why, like they always joke about that type of stuff, but it is the Costco kid, the big AJ, double chocolate cookie guy, whatever the hell.
So lately we've been, there's a song by Future, I forget which song. It just sounds like he's mumble rapping, but it sounds like he's just doing, like the whole time.
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down?
Anyway, now we just do this little like sound after like we get a kill or when someone dies or something like that. It's just like a little like sound thing we do for fun, and it always makes me laugh every time I hear it.
It comes from Guiman again, where he says he's like rage peaking or like rage doing anything. I don't know why he says it, but it's like him and Subrosa are addicted to saying like they're rage doing anything. He's rage peaking. He's rage doing any. Like it's just the most used meme that I hear in our calls. That someone does a mistake, he's rage doing it.
If people know, they know. Like the flight emote when he sticks out his tongue and shakes his head. I'm not gonna do that right now, but that's the emote we use the most. We kind of use that for everything. So.
Challengers is reinvaded. Where's that operator? He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
The last time these two teams faced off on Haven, well, Envy just ran away with the game. Blue Otter desperate not to repeat that, but not quite enough to get the win, falling 11-13 to Envy, up 1 in the series. That was a really close match. I mean, Dan, when you're considering how much of a lead Envy had at one point, for it to come down to the slimmest of margins, that was so close.
Yeah, that second half was insane. A back and forth between the two. And it was just because both of the teams had such a clear understanding of what the other one wanted to do. And that was the fast pace on A. How many times did we see the spike planted on A for both of the teams? They were trying to play it fast. And on the other side, it was an attempt to slow it down, whether it was King Sarah with the ISO, whether it was Bob with the Tejo on the other side. There were many different ways that they were trying to match the tempo for both of the teams, but it's just towards the end, that half buy, the stinger buy that closes it out for Rankers. It's crazy.
I feel like it's such like a fitting way for Rankers to end it too, just making it so close and then having such a wild buy to actually close the map out on and dodge that overtime there as well that was looming up against them. And you've really got to give credit, I think, over to Blue Otter for, this attempt at a comeback from them. They were down initially 1-6, favoring Envy there, and for them to come back into the second half, and they had such a good plan, I think, of attack on the second half of Haven, very similar to what we saw from TSM. I think just taking those moments to breathe and knowing the faults in that NB composition here as well, where they do have to, you know, opt to take a little bit more space. They know that this NB squad is going to like to walk up on those extremities once they are starved from some of that information. And Blue Water, they had the read on it and they took advantage in trying to pick them apart.
One of those rounds where it seems like finally Rankers could get control of this match again was that clutch that we saw from Popping, that 1v2 where he gets one with the operator, gets one with the shorty. We just saw it. And that allowed them to keep ahead just by one round. It seems like it was going to go to overtime, but that's a good one to stop that. And also something that Ventile was talking about was that we talk about this team that is so chaotic, so messy, but there's always that method behind the madness. And we see it on these rounds, the way that they want to play fast, the way that they want to fight for A control, the way that they want to even deny that side control before it even happens for Blue Otter. It's just been so clean for this team of Rankers. And yeah, things get messy, but that's when you see them shine the most. That's when they're having the most fun.
Most fun and most fun for us to watch. But man, there was definitely a world where I thought we'd be having a very different conversation right now, because for as fast and as furious as this NV team plays, Blue Otter were shooting back. And a really, really good job to make this as close as possible, because I cannot express again how close it was. To lose to the Stingers at the end was just insanity. 14 first bloods and their way. And looking at the player performances too, I think one of the situations where this could have gotten a little messy for Envy was on the back of Kane Zera. I feel like Kane Zera a little earlier on in the match, Ash, was a little quieter. Then we got to see him slowly kind of like warm up. And then once he was fully comfortable and fully just like he's ready, that's when it was the most difficult for Blue Water.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that, you know, like you were saying, he took a little bit to warm up. It was interesting seeing him like bringing out the Odin on this map as well. But I think that when you look at the overall picture here for how that initial first half looked with Blue Otter on defense, I think it's, you know, everybody knows that defense is the harder half here on Haven, considering the map control that you need to be able to find and the amount of space that you need to be able to take and whatnot. And Rankers were doing a really good job at like breaking a lot of the setups that Blue Otter were trying to set up there as well. Like, yes, we talked so much about Kane Zera, we talked so much about Eggster, and we even talked about how Poppin was popping off as well. But Inspire, even though at the bottom there, I think you have to really keep in mind the impact that he has on the attacking side. He's consistently a lurking presence for this team that was really good at getting these backstab opportunities, even keeping Blue Otter from at times grouping up together for those retakes as well. And it's someone that you always have to keep your mind on.
I really like what we saw from Kane Zera. I mean, we talk about this has to be so annoying to play against. It's an ISO, and also you get ulted, and the ISO on the other side is just holding you down with an Odin. I mean, there's just nothing you can do. That's the way to get tilted the fastest. And so if that is a strategy for Rankers, which sometimes I feel like it is working out perfectly, especially when it's a map that was so close. There were some great ideas coming from both sides, but I think sometimes when you have that firepower and you have Kane Zera going off and getting those multi-kills, that is what really makes the difference. He was doing it constantly every single time that Blue Otter wanted to go towards that seaside. That seems like there was a spot, there was an opportunity to get more value out of it. It was Kane Zera just waiting, getting 3. Sometimes he was not winning the round, but he was getting still those multi-frags. He ends up with a bunch of first kills. And I mean, he's warm up for the second map. So I think Rankers, I said it before, I think they can take this in 2.
They very well could. That's a great first map win. But now looking to the other map, with how they played, I think they can take it in 2. Looking at the history of how this was, and the Blue Otter that was definitely more than capable of shooting back, this is where I'm like, actually, we could have a 3-map banger here. It's Lotus next. This is Blue Otter's pick. And Ash, sure, it was a little bit of a different Blue Otter when these teams first met up way back in week 1. But that was also a Blue Otter to beat Envy on this Lotus pick, the only map that Envy had lost in the Swiss play. And so now if we're talking about a Blue Water that's only scaled, then realistically, shouldn't they then win this out?
Hey, I don't know. I think, Dan, I feel like it is a tough choice between these two here on Lotus.
Well, for me, I'm thinking Envy's taking this, and I mean they did play this map when they faced A-Matey just that last match. And the reason why I think it's I was just talking about KaneZera. He did so good on the ISO. He's warm up, and he's gonna keep playing this ISO on this map of Lotus. So I mean, what that's all you need. ISO going crazy with the Odin on Lotus. It just everything is fitting for rankers to win it.
You're just like, I will not hear anything going up against Envy whatsoever. They're winning it. Simple as that. This conversation's not open. I mean, if KaneZera and the rest of the team are performing how they were, then I definitely think there's a super, super strong case to be said there. But again, 13-11 on a map where previously Blue Otter kind of got destroyed on. I think that I'd be regretful to say that I don't think the Blue Otter could definitely get this. I think this is definitely going to be close. If this is going to be the same Blue Otter we see in this next map, regardless, I'm excited for this, to be able to see Ash kind of that evolution in comparison to where we were. And it'll be fun too, because last time when they faced, well, it was Bob on the Duelist, and now we get to see Zeldris. Even if he was a little quieter last series, he has the opportunity to go crazy here.
Yeah, again, I think it's looking towards him. Again, such a big win condition. But you do have to, I don't want to take away from Blue Water, though. Even though Zeldris was not having, the best time on Haven, every other player on that team really stepped up for the squad. I think that there are a lot of really great utility combinations that we saw coming out from them, which is something I expect to be able to repeat here on Lotus. And it looks like a different Blue Otter from what we saw up against Shopify Rebellion Black yesterday as well. I think their synergy was really lovely as far as the macro plays and even just like micro util combos that we saw coming out from them on Haven for a lot of those executions and retake scenarios, just to clear as much space as possible when they're looking to flood onto site.
There was also a thing where he cannot play the way that a Jet usually plays on this map of Haven, the way that they usually peek with the operator towards A. You cannot do that because every single round is an aggressive hit from rankers on A side, and the only thing that they were doing to slow that down instead of having that operator be that presence right onto side, you had the salvos from Bob trying to slow it down. You had the breach utils trying to slow down this play, but you cannot play for that contact because, as you were saying, Ash, they had the ISO shield that is gonna just be so annoying to deal with every single time. So it's not that Soldiers just had a bad game, it was just he had to play different to what he's used to. But now going into this map, you need to expect something different from Soldiers. This is an elimination match still. This is still trying to make it all the way through the lower bracket run, and it's not going to be easy. Rankers, they have the advantage, but I mean, there are some good opportunities for Blue Otter to take it. So it's going to be the Duelist definitely having to wake up, but everybody else to see if they can push us at least to the third map.
At least we get to go to the Zeldris Rays for this Lotus, assuming they're going to be playing what they've normally gone for on this map, which I would imagine considering this has been strong for them. So Zeldris on the Rays is always one of my favorites to be watching, but I love that you bring up that it's elimination match. So this is where, Ash, the tensions are going to be the highest. Blue Otter, it's whether they have that resiliency to push on through and push it to one more map.
Yeah, I think what's exciting too is, we just saw Haven heading into Lotus, our other 3-site map here, right? But it's a very different approach to these two maps. With Haven, you have some longer rotations, and it's with Lotus, you have that ability to be a little bit more dynamic with the fact that you have rotating doors, you have the broken doors for really fast pivots towards these sites. And I think that that is something that is going to be interesting considering the compositional differences for what we expect to see in agent select. So, I'm going to hold my pause there in case there are changes that come out. I don't think any of us are expecting for those adjustments to be coming through. But I think that when you look towards what Blue Otter have to offer with the Breach Teho that they're running alongside that Raise, they have more utility to actually respond to Envy with when they are going to be looking to take that map control that Envy do favor very heavily.
Yeah, I'm so excited to get into this. We're just waiting for all of our players to hop into the server to make sure that we're all good. But yeah, Envy, even in that loss going up against M80, to take this as their only map win in this set, I definitely think bodes really well for them. Even when we're looking at the fact that they dropped a series, it was an Inspire on this map in particular, Dan, that went just absolutely massive. And when we were talking about the impact that he had on that first map of Haven, if there's any aspect of that that's replicated there, I definitely think it'll be difficult for Blue Water to go up against.
Yeah, it is. It is not going to be easy on this map, and I think Inspire is, yeah, one of those pieces that we talk about, but sometimes goes underrated just because of all the craziness that is going before you get to see, I mean, what we just saw from him on the Cypher. But on this map, there's better opportunities for him to get away with those kind of plays. And for rankers, we're seeing the composition that we just talked about, right? It's the ISO and the Yoru that they're going to keep playing, just as we saw in Haven. Obviously, a little bit of that that slight change from that Sova to the Fade from Poppin compared to the first map. But it's a composition that fits them so well. So I'm happy to see it. And it's a really good counter as well for that Vice from Blue Otter.
All right, everything, you're mostly the same going into this. I'm still so excited. Ash, when we have the official lock-in of all the agents, any final thoughts before heading into our match?
I think, again, you've just got to be able to keep an eye out for the wombo combos that are coming out from Blue Otter. I think that you got to keep an eye out for how rankers are going to approach that rubble control as well, because they don't have as much util to fight aggressively for it. Wait and see if they can bait out some of that utility, such as the breach, send those salvos out from Blue Otter, and then look to re-clear a little bit later into the round is going to be a key difference maker here for their A approach.
All right, win Conceto, I love it. It's time to see now, after a map that was so close, if Blue Otter can take down Lotus to get a map 3 in, or if it's going to be elimination. It's time to head back into the map, and with that, it'll be Tenric and Vanzilli to take you through.
Thanks again, Sierra. Until further notice, rankers are treading water on this attack on Lotus. Sure, they hammer through M80 between A and C site in their previous matchup, but Blue Water, they did 2 things particularly well last map: interceptions and reorienting. And this comp is built to do specifically those 2 things against this ranker squad, Vance.
And one thing they also did well against Envy was actually giving Envy their first and only map loss during the Swiss stage, and it was on this map here of Lotus. Again, the Des has mentioned before this game started, though, that it was a different roster. But this time around, you still have Bob coming in as the initiator. You're still having a raise in the composition, this time wielded by Zeldris, and Zeldris is also very good on that comp. Starting off the defensive side, though, you do have a little bit of a slower start for Envy. Because of these one-ways being thrown, they're still trying to create a conditioning towards this C side. And as they're moving over here, there's going to be a fast TP. They've already inserted 1 player from Inspire, but this is all a trap play if they hear the switch of that door opening. Oh no, he's gonna get fragged.
Yeah, this is an opening that Zeldris is really gonna hate himself for later, and Blue Water are forced to open this fight up, but it seems like Zeke and Zoe are pretty excited for it. Out come Blue Water from the baby door, and they'll take control of a decent chunk of courtyard. Do they continue to fight on top of the paranoia? They're forced to. Bob tries to duck away, and Ion deals with that swiftly. Now Zeke has to hold close to try to punish for it, and Shondex has joined them, but with the help of the smoke, you can spray through and have a whole lot more safety. Now a clean 2v1 as Extra will make his way onto site. Ion, Extra on the double back, and that'll save the day for Ranker's opening pistol.
Chaotic. Okay, so we thought it was gonna be chaotic before, and now just like Hiko just told me before this map started, I have to lock in because I think it's gonna continue to be chaotic in this second map. Despite Zeldris dying instantly from the lurk and the insert of Inspire on the top of the orb at this box right here, it still engaged and initiated the trap play that it was initially intended for a tap on a door or a tap on the orb. And they still got some good value. It came down to a 1v1, good trades and mechanics being thrown by both teams, but Envy takes the upper hand. And now it looks like they want to try to go for something aggressive, a contact potentially, or a timing off the front site to allow Zeldris maybe to move forward here. But looks like Envy knows a little bit better. They're staying very quiet, just like they did on the pistol round, anticipating that this composition coming out from Blue Water is going to be consistently off. Okay, they're going to tap orb. We're going to tap orb. They're going to try to make some sort of play. So let's just wait and see and push and prod to see where the stack could be here for Blue Waters.
And no pun intended, they're really trying to egg someone from Blue Water on to get this opener, and Shondex will be forced into the swing by Rankers, actually pressing the matter on C's side. Actually does find 1 in the end, but still Rankers have pretty clean control of this C site. And so they'll enter early on. Bob sprays through, finds 1 with the Sheriff, and we have some presence on site. Folks, Zeke has entered the conversation, but Kane Zera has come from the back of it. He's gonna grab 4 off of that undercut. He shouldn't have grabbed 2.
He shouldn't have had that third one there onto Zeke. Zeke had free sights on him to be able to get the kill, but just couldn't get the taps through with the classic to capitalize on that kill. But it all started off so well from the wallbang of through the smoke even of Bob to drop the spike carrier, and that would have given a chance here for Blue Water to flood if they're able to get better timings. But now Zostal gets a little bit of a cap kill onto Kane Zira. On a 1v2, more damage would be good here. That is an expensive flash to throw in this eco. Okay, Slay.
Bit of a shouting match with some bullets here that leads to Zostal finding positioning advantage, but losing the final shots on Exter. We're still dillying and dallying a little too much here on Spike, and Exter's wasted just enough time. Still finding the kills, as impressive as can be, but just not enough to net the round for Blue Water. Yet again, it's by inches that Rankers take the round.
Just two unfortunate moments in one single round. The first one being from Zeke onto Kane Zira, and the second one from Zostal almost clutching a 1v3 against the last player being Eggster running up towards that bend. And that is, again, another one that screams a little bit of fear in terms of how we're moving around the map here on the side of Envy. We're not really moving together as we know that Envy can kind of do. I mean, they all do individual plays, but there's always usually somebody out right there to instantly trade it back or to swing a couple of seconds later. But that said, there were just in 3 individual spots that Zostal was able to find openings to, and that's going to give you a lot of chances now for, as a Blue Otter fan, if you think here that you can have a strong defensive side, because they're once again doing the pistol round.
Yeah, this is already
our timing.
This is already looking really well done by Blue Water. They've carved out this courtyard nice and early so that they can focus on the C-swing before Rankers can adjust fully for it. They'll get through the shear and break it all down, but Blue's quite prepped for this once it's all down, and they would love to get rid of Inspire. Oh, but Zoe sticks around just not long enough.
This is going to be a huge flood retake now for Blue Water. Everybody playing inside the site from Rankers. This is going to be another difficult round for Blue Water to flood through.
Extra first shutdown. Blue Water, big util dump to get actually in, but the fight still hasn't come through yet, and Rankers have actually been pushed pretty artificially far back. Bob on the high ground, and they've gotten the majority of the kills. Still solo on time, though, and Inspire has made the full wraparound on Spike. He doesn't extend out of the smoke, though, just gambles on the explosion. That'll go anyway. And Rankers, it's yet again the clock that'll beat the odds.
And that's why we're both kind of silent before Blue Water tried to find a timing to flood execute back into the seaside. I was like, dude, they're waiting way too long.
It was a little long, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the issue. You had to wait for the recycle of the breach stun and also the salvos to allow Blue Water to finally execute into the round. But as the more you wait, you saw Inspire with the lurk coming through.
We'll come back.
But unfortunately, it was just time towards the end. A little bit of a different approach this time around, though, for Blue Water. They're trying to get a little bit more pressure into mountain control. He even pushing forward. Oh, I love this.
Wow, yeah, Zelda's just getting right on top of it. He somehow finds one, as Rankers will press the matter otherwise, and Exter finds everything off of that.
That's insane. Come on. Like, how do you TP up towards Orb with the classic, turn around and get 2 kills? You escape the stinger spray out from, I was going to call a beautiful play coming out from Blue Otter, because Zeldris is just tanking the team damage to try to get an opener, and then he sprays onto the Yoru, who TPs in front of the orb and gets 2 kills on top of that, and now you get 0 value over here towards the pulse plant in the end, and it's Rankers getting 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, that is such a wild misdirect that Exter gets away with for way too long. That leads to a couple crucial kills in Rubble that you just can't really search back from, especially if Rankers can immediately condense back into the B site. Now you have your kill contract, now you have your dimensional drift. You can go to A or C with the power of 1,000 pendulums next round.
Dude, he got 2 kills like that, man.
That's insane!
I mean, now this is just the shenanigans. This is, I feel like I feel like I've seen other teams in Challengers where they always have like a slow first map, and then second map, third map is just very one-sided. I think it's like M80 of last year, if I'm not mistaken. But at this point, Dimensional Drift, full information on Shondex. And it's a free kill.
Yeah, that was, they just little broed him out of A site. Rest of Rankers will collapse on, but Armageddon will, on top of the salvos, they actually gotta get a little narrow up in this drop space, but Blue Water can't fully profit off of that. In fact, it's KaneZero who comes up with the first kill, and then he can wall Ion up. This is such an unorthodox push that Rankers are trying to get away with it. I guess to whatever extent they need to, they do. Sure, man, we're 5-0.
Dude, I mean, it was a nice try from Blue Water to try to delay as much as you could, right? The Armageddon with the salvos. I don't know if they were able to combine a fault line with it, because it didn't look like a lot of Rankers players were stunned by the fact after the ults were being thrown down. And that said, Envy just said, screw it, we're just going to push back towards the spawn fight through the smoke. And it caught Blue Water off guard in another one of those rounds where you have full rifles and you couldn't really fight back against the aggression coming out from Envy so far. They'll try it again. They have a low buy this time around again, but no stingers. It's just same similar play, and it's stopped by, the Alpha.
God, didn't even hold down the scope.
Yeah.
He treated that as two separate outings. And yeah, it'll be a smattering this round.
And that's something that we've seen from Rankers before as well here, Tenrik. Sorry to cut you, but in these moments where Rankers are going to start being very, very aggressive one side, and you're trying to find a solution to stop that aggression and not try to play like a flood retake, this gives huge windows of timing for Inspire to just walk around the map, around B, around C. So I'm loving this timeout call from Blue Otter right now, because they have to now not only think about how you stop the playstyle of Envy, but also hoping in this timeout that the coach Ocean, sorry, not Ocean, but also on the side of Blue Water, that are also talking about the late lurks coming out from Inspire.
Yeah, because that's become more of an active problem as Blue Water have tried to go more for the retakes. They've just infected even further into the sight lines instead of, just going for the spike and holding back. It has been full-blown aggression and confidence from Rankers on this map. Feels like a 180 shift in mentality compared to Haven. They really feel in their element. They looked at that 13-11 and they said, oh, we can do so much better than that, man. Come on. What are we doing?
And thankfully, though, if you're looking at these replays, the lurks were being identified in these lower buys as well from Blue Otter. So hopefully in the gun rounds, it changes a bit. So it starts off with at least Razor Vines towards the top of the B site. There's not really any indication that allows for you to know that there's going to be somebody still lurking around that spot. So this is still an opening that could be taken care of by Inspire. But as I say that, looks like Sean finally rotates back so that he can watch that spot. They're anticipating an Omen TP for an execute on the C site. But instead, Envy's going through the same method of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's just keep plowing towards this A site.
Yeah, I mean, they recycled this courtyard fight until M80 stopped them on it one time. Why not do the same thing against Blue Water? This is, yeah. Tools of the trade that Rankers are currently touring us through, but Zeke will completely diff KaneZero before getting stopped by the full-blown push by Rankers, but Blue Water are actually here for this, and now with lesser people on the board, they feel a little more comfortable intercepting the fight on top of a Steel Garden, but Ion doesn't care about no Steel Garden. He's right up in your face anyway, and Rankers are on the way back out after a fight win like that, except for Inspire, who is in CT spawn. Welcome back, Envy.
Everybody's just getting their ankles broken on the side of Blue Otter. From the TPs that we mentioned a couple of rounds ago by Egg, not saying Egg Sideshow, but Eggster, the player, with the 2K Classic that he just got. But then after, the TP away from the Omen to allow these players to just play their crossfires up towards the end on a B-side plat. They're just getting no value from Blue Water so far.
Yeah, there's nothing more to really say. This is, every vein of Blue Water's plans are running dry at the moment. And Rankers have full control of wherever this match is taking them. They are the decision makers. They are the shot callers, and Blue Water has been subject to every one of their commands. The fight has been taken to them every step of the way.
The well's dry. I don't know how much deeper you could dig right now on your defensive side to try to find at least a little bit, like at least some moist ground. Give me something for Blue Water so that it could probably quench the thirst of trying to get the first round here of this game, of this second map. But as we know, how Valorant's being played, usually at 7-0, we usually get a Brazilian scoreline. So this might be the round here, finally, that Blue Water could turn things around. on a Thrifty out of all rounds, right?
Yeah. This is about when we get that reality check for Blue Water. In a perfect world, there's Inspire and the perfect timing. Kane Zera keeping it interesting on this Outlaw unnecessarily, as always. Inspire for 2 on the lurk. Sure, why not, dude? He top fragged last game. He'd like to keep the trend going. Zeke is the only one on site, and he's good for 1 somehow. Nothing makes sense in this game, and it's going to continue like that. Rankers are up 8-0.
I saw a little bit of the vision here as Zeke got the first nice little shot onto the C site and almost got the one on the ledge of C site. And that maybe could have allowed here Blue Water to finally find some footing, but at least some confidence moving into round number 9. And it seems like as we've given up on trying to fight towards the... Well, actually, as I say that, we're pivoting back our initiators at that spot. I was trying to see if they're trying to maybe leverage a little bit more aggression, maybe to try to shut down just Inspire in the first place and try to go for the flood retake in the end. But nothing changes. The same setup, the same type of plays. This time trying to get the showstopper. Wait, oh my god, he just kept walking forward and dodges it. Are you kidding me?
A Zeldris showstopper is like a whisper in this game. And it takes a village to deal with Inspire.
Dude. Tenric, he saw him when he was satcheling up.
He was there.
That's insane. That's insane.
Spike planted.
I mean, it really couldn't be any more clear. We're so back in that territory where you just can't hang. This is, I think this is a save if you're Blue Water. I don't know if there's time.
I mean, they have paranoia. That's the biggest thing they have to try to retake and Rolling Thunder.
There you go. Here's your way in. Zeke good for 1 on an extra with the lineup. Still holding this lower ground, and yeah, Rankers have no excuse not to just jump in front of this smoke now that they have the personnel advantage too. No complaints about this Ranker squad right now, Vance.
That's what I was trying to say before. Like the satchels came up.
Poppin has 0 kills.
No, we're not going to talk about that because he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to.
Had to get
you know what?
I
played 5 stacks with the coaches yesterday, and my initiator. I actually even posted on my Twitter, but I was also at like 0 whatever. I was doing 80 ACS at the end of these games. Why? Because that's the role of the initiator here. Poppin's moving around, finding information with the Prowlers. Your duelists are not missing shots, and you're just creating all that space and information for your team. And all you need to do is plant the spike and keep using util. That's exactly what he's doing right now. He goes with Prowler, he sees information, but it does get 2 kill with the Armageddon on the side of the push of Blue Water.
And Zeke is there to pick up the rest of the pieces to keep it in favor of Blue Water. Inspire has, gotten inside this B site and is now ulted. Zeldris is not going to find him in time. He's now been checked out as well. But Zeldris can grab the kill before Eggster can get the leg back up, and so it'll be a 1v1. The closest around here has been in a while, folks.
Yeah, but you're playing Eggster. You're playing against Eggster. But I'm not gonna discredit here Shawnex. He's been really pivotal, especially in the piss round of the first map of Haven. He hasn't had a chance here to really shine, and this is the perfect opportunity for it. He upgrades to a weapon here, but the more, like, he has to be very cautious on how he re-clears the site, because Eggster could be anywhere.
Truly.
So you're wasting that clock down even more.
Not even gonna use the rose. Shondex gets the angle and the timing. So Blue Water will come away with that opening round. It took a lot, and a lot of it was, we have to talk about that opening play from Bob on the Armageddon. Grabbing 2 in that very first fight. Monumental for Blue Water's momentum. They took over that mound, and there was really no looking back.
Now we're going to move into a round where Poppin is probably going to score like 4 assists because he's got the Nightfall to work with as well. All right, so as much as Blue Water, if they're trying to crunch back into a fight on Rubble Control, this is all going to be heard by, I was going to say by Inspire in the very beginning. He throws a camera and instantly starts walking up. Meanwhile, though, Blue Water, it looks like they've given up on any type of trap plays. It's let's try to move forward, dictate the pace, fight back towards the main. They got a lot of information there. But as they're forced to fall back, this gives an opportunity now for Envy to move forward. And you'll have the Nightfall moving in towards the A site. Good delays, at least, on the positioning from Shondex on the A site would be a good thing here. So I like the readjustments out from Blue Water for this round.
Just continuing to try to answer the impossible question, how do you throw off a team like Envy? And they are kind of able to steer the ship in the right direction. Zeldris with the paint shells ready for the B site, but KaneZera is speed running this line. I mean, he's it's like Black Friday for him. He's like, a new kill's on sale. I have to go get it. Bob's the next victim. He has a shorty in his hands on the undercut, dude.
Now it's
finding
Boxing Day.
new ways. Now it's Boxing.
Oh, dude, what can you do at this point, right? But laugh it off, pretty much. I mean, Blue Water, they are definitely trying, but there is just too much map control being done here by Envy. And that's the other beauty about this team is, as much as you could see how aggressive they could be, they could also slow the tempo down in whenever they want. And they slow it down in right moments. And this has to be around the great calling, I think, from Poppin, if I'm not mistaken, the IGL of the team.
Yes.
If not mid-round calling coming out from Inspire. But overall, for them to say, hey, let's stay back towards the spawn. We already saw that there was an Armageddon push towards the previous round. They're probably going to try to do something this time around with their rifles and try to catch us off guard. So we'll hold back towards the spawn. We got all that information. Then you have all the util from Poppin that allows for you to just move freely around the map wherever you want. So this is a beautiful, beautiful display of VALORANT on the attack side of Envy so far. And definitely a night and day performance from the M80 matchup. We talked about players that wanted to lock in. KaneZera is currently being the KaneZera that we know. Look at him push the way that he does, right? And he's currently on the top of the board.
Yeah, we saw those map picks coming in, and you could tell KaneZera was like, I would like to pop off today, please. And another shout out, like you said, to Inspire and Poppin for their calling. Poppin with all that util available to facilitate the majority of the stack, and then Inspire with that boundless well of knowledge, always chipping away at whoever is making the earliest mistakes. A really deadly combination. That's just another facet of the behind-the-scenes things that make Envy so deadly.
It's you and me.
Easy kill contract, catch on to Shondex for this opener on the A site. Takes 2 shots more than KaneZera usually needs. But he'll get it done, get this spike down. And it's now just a game of keep away that KaneZera still manages to win way earlier than anyone could possibly expect. Wait. Mom, the 2 duelists are on the ledge again.
Yeah. I think I'm being more excited watching this game to see if Poppin's gonna get his first kill or not.
I think
he already got one. You already got one. You already got one. Okay. I was like, oh, he almost got one here towards heaven, but at least got another assist. I mean, he's popping off in that sense in terms of, again, being a good support player for the team. But now this is an 11-1.5. This is definitely not the same type of matchup I was expecting in terms of what we prefaced going into this map here, Tenrei. We've mentioned here that Blue Water were the first team that handed the first map loss and only map loss in the Swiss stage to Envy before they were signed and playing under the banner of Rankers, which we currently still see here on the overlay, but that's a different story. But then no matter what, Rankers have come out with a vengeance in the rematch on this map. This is a 13-1, I'm not surprised.
Very few demons that Envy has to dance with exiting their Swiss stage. This was one, and M80 is probably the other one. And Envy would like to get their revenge on that too. It still starts here, 2 rounds to go on the defense, and it starts with Inspire. Go figure. That's 1. Stays alive a little too long. Rest of Rankers are here. They'll pop out from the smoke and get this started again before Blue Water can even blink. Extra good for the 2, and it's just down to Shondex. Swarm, but has to take a couple 1v1s. It does leave it a little bit interesting, but not for very long.
That's why, like, I was looking into this game. I was like wondering why Blue Water would still want to pick Lotus here against Rankers that have had such a good defensive half with how, you know, Inspire has been playing around the C site, and it almost seems like everything that they're trying to draft across here is just trying to take down Inspire. Because again, you're looking at this type of setup, this type of composition that plays a lot of 3 or 4-1 scenarios. You know, like, okay, well, if he's going to play around the cages, if there's a one-way on this side, he's going to play around this corner. We could maybe break util, try to catch him off guard, trying to spray through the smokes and take him down, but they still can't. This time, maybe.
Yeah, a little more thrown at you, but even still, the wall's unbroken until you catch 1. And that's more than Blue Water would have liked him to get. Still, sight is decisively theirs this time. Not as much stalling that rankers are allowed to do, at least out the gate, but they're right in front of this. No reason to not get things started right about now. In we go with the paranoia. Kane Zero with the help of the flash to get the fight started. Extra's already way ahead of it with the judge for 2. Bob's still left to try to hold down the entire fort, and she can only grab 2 more. Poppin out-fragged 20-fold, and yet Rankers still won. I don't know how they did it, man. A 13-1 victory here on Lotus. If you didn't think Envy was back, brother, well, now you know.
Yeah, they came back with this second map with a message for sure, saying that, okay, well, maybe it was just pure luck that M80 has beaten Envy in the first place in the upper bracket. And now, just like TSM, it seems like it's going to be a lower bracket run for both of these teams. And I'm hoping to see these two teams face off against each other and in person, or at least live for the matches, because that'll be a very fun matchup to watch.
Yeah, definitely a fun matchup to look forward to later on
if
in the
there.
bracket. Yeah, if it gets that far, we still have so much more to play going into that. That is the conclusion of today's matches, though. We'll head back to the desk for a quick little powwow about what we just saw and going into tomorrow's matches that we're also super excited for after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Challengers is reinvaded. There's that operator. He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You don't. You have 4 players on your team.
After that first map in the series, I think it's pretty safe to assume that we all thought we were going to be here for a while, but Envy had other plans. That was a crazy second match, 13-1. And with that, the playoff dreams stay alive here, Ash, as they continue on in our lower bracket.
I think it's crazy the turnaround. Like Haven, sure, dominant at the beginning there for Envy, but then Blue Water somehow make that comeback. And then on Lotus, it was just Envy the entire way through. I think Blue Water got their first round like what, 8 rounds in or something like that, somewhere around that mark, and they just weren't able to find their footing. It felt like the Envy that we had seen earlier on in this split, playing with that same level of confidence and aggression that they've become known for.
Yeah, but with Roy and his whole org debuff theory, he never did give a timeline on how long that debuff took into effect. Apparently, it's a series and a half because this is the rankers, this is the Envy, and that going into things, this is what I expected. It seemed impossible for Blue Otter to go up against sometimes, and I think that's why we expected so much of this team and why we were so surprised to see them in the lower bracket in the first place.
This is everyone's favorite team, and when they get a performance like this one, a 13-1 on Lotus to close it out and keep moving forward in the lower bracket, it has to feel good for the fans. I think they did everything that we expected, right? Just running it down, fragging out, KaneZera still popping off in this ISO, and on top of that, it was a Blue Otter. They just could never find themselves at all. I mean, honestly, it seemed like everything was going wrong for them. No chances, no clutches, no opportunities to be able to isolate the duels, close them out. And for Envy, obviously, it feels great. Again, this is everybody's favorite team for a reason.
For Blue Otter, it was definitely well fought. When I look back at the series, I'm going to recall that first map of Haven because Blue Otter have definitely put up a fantastic fight throughout this first Swiss stage. And even in that match to send them into the lower bracket, it was a really, really close one. So it's still, even if this is not the map, Ash, that they would have wanted to go out on in this sort of fashion, I think they definitely need to keep their heads held high, even if it might be tough for this moment. And for Rankers to take such then a dominant win, I think just really is showcasing what form they're going to be in for hopefully the rest of this playoffs run.
Oh, absolutely. I think they just played, their own game in this Lotus map. And you look towards the post plant situation, that 11 and 12, a lot of it had to do with obviously, rankers, they dismantle the early trap plays. They are able to find all those first bloods, 11 out of the 14 rounds. And then just being able to, I think, continuously push forward is the big thing. Is for Blue Water, if they're going to look to play the retake with this comp, they have to be able to set up for it. And Rankers are this type of team who are going to give you that breathing room, and they just smother all of those lanes of re-entry. They continue to aggress forward and find those picks, not even giving a chance for Blue Water to even pull out that utility half of the time is what it felt like. And it was difficult, I think, for them because, that also meant that Zeldris wasn't getting those chances to be set up the way that we would have normally expected to see him. And he got shut down consistently on those first engagements, whether it was by Eggster, KaneZera, and Inspire as well. I think popping off in those first kills, and everything just fell into place here for Rankers. They played better Valorant today.
I know Vans and Tenric were kind of laughing about Poppin's kills at the end of that. But again, like he didn't need to because when KaneZera and Eggster are just paving the way for the team, it makes your job as the IGL so easy. And Dan, this was a KaneZera that was a lot more active, a lot more activated in this series than versus the M80 team, which was very needed for Rankers to be able to continue on forward.
I need a team like that where I got 0 kills in the first half. We're winning every round. I need that, please. That was crazy. And yeah, like you said, it was, it wasn't even needed. The kills were not even needed because the team was doing so well, and KaneZera was just, look at this ACS. I mean, are we looking at the same thing? 400 ACS and Eggster also popping off 352. It just, I love what this team is able to do with the double duelist. This is what all the teams want to do. This is the Valorant that it seems like everybody wants to play, just running it down, having fun, fragging out. And the fact that they're actually able to make it work and make something out of the craziness is great to see. So I'm happy that we're going to continue to see them in the lower bracket.
The teams that inspire to have these strong double duelist compositions are screenshotting this, printing it out, and putting it as like a reminder above their desk. Like, I can do this. Maybe one day we can do this. But be able to see the team then in this form, I think answers a lot of questions for what is maybe to come for this team. But to answer any that we have remaining, well, it's time for the post-match interview with none other than the Yoru man himself, Egster on the line. Congratulations on the win. It was a close first map, a statement of a second map. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. A lot of adrenaline still. Very hyped.
That's great. I mean, going into this bracket, it was definitely a little bit of a surprise to see how that first series went, to even have the conversation about Envy now in this lower bracket run. So what was it in that first series, and how are you feeling about the rest of the run now going through this lower bracket?
Yeah, I think it was just shaking off the cobwebs. We only lost one map in the Swiss stage, and that was our first match. So, I mean, I expected us to not be our 100% coming in, but I didn't expect us to lose. Kind of a little bit of a wake-up call, but I think everyone on the team is still good headspace, and I think we're ready to win the whole thing still.
I love to hear that's still good headspace going on forward for all of this. And you're talking about that month-long break. A lot has changed during that. Before the break, we got to see Coach Stunner join the squad. During the break, we got to see Rankers now signed on to Envy. So I want to know, with all of these changes and everything, how much has kind of changed behind the scenes that we don't really get to see?
Stunner helps a lot. Stunner is definitely the biggest change. And I think the whole joining Envy thing is something everyone needs to get used to. That also may have impacted our first series. It's a different set of expectations when you're playing for an org. You have more responsibilities, maybe a little more pressure. But I think all of that's gone now. I think we've got that settled.
That's good, especially too, that pressure that you're talking about. It was a pressure that the team didn't have way back when we saw you guys in stage 3, and now really as talk of one of the best teams, if not the best team in Challengers. I think that's really cool to kind of see you guys overcome that. So now lower bracket, of course, you took that loss against M80. They're gearing up. Shopify Rebellion Black, they're looking stronger than ever. I want to know who you're looking most forward to playing and how you feel with the upcoming matches.
Definitely Qbert Academy. I do it with T-Dog all night. I would love to play him again. And listen, last time we beat them, he said that they weren't giving it their 100%. So I wanna see them at their 100%. I want to play Qbert Academy full force.
Looking forward to it. Big words from him, and I'm excited to see you guys back it up. This is a great win today, so you guys deserve an early night. Egster, thank you for chatting. Have a good night.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. All right, back over to the desk. Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to when they'll get to face off against Qbert Academy. I'd love to hear that. It might have to wait a little bit, though, because looking at the bracket, 2 very different runs for these teams ahead. Of course, Envy is going to be staying alive throughout this lower bracket run. But for Qbert Academy, Ash, that's going to be them then tomorrow to try and stay alive and go and head into that upper finals.
Yeah, facing up against a Winthrop that managed to take down some Titans within TSM. And I think you could look back to that game, and this is the best that Winthrop have looked throughout this split. I do think that there is a chance that they can make this a close matchup up against Qbert Academy, but we still have to give that squad a lot of respect when you look at that lineup.
And I just want to say, if Qbert Academy lose tomorrow, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm just gonna say this right away. I don't see this team losing. I actually, when we just heard from Exer when he was saying that he wants to play Qbert, I'm like, okay, so you're seeing they're either gonna lose or you're gonna make that lower bracket run all the way until the end and face them in the finals. So that's just kind of how I see it right now. Qbert Academy, as we talked about today and we've been talking about since the beginning of Challengers, this is a team that, yeah, they don't have the most clean, flawless games, but they know how to close it out. They know how to close out those maps that are so close. They know how to come back when it seems like nothing is working out. So it's a team that I'm going to keep my eyes on tomorrow, especially because this Winthrop, they just keep winning and they keep surprising everybody. So I hope it's a good match, but I think Qbert, yeah, I'm on that side.
Wow, I wonder who Dan is going to be predicting when we get to tomorrow's matches.
Sometimes it's that simple.
Sometimes it is. I'm looking forward to that Shopify Rebellion Black M80 rematch, considering that both teams have just been scaling and looking so strong. But yeah, that is all for tomorrow. We're done really early today. Does this mean we're getting Vans and Tenric back? We're going to go 5-stack? There's whole evenings ahead of us still.
Okay, I'm down.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
I'm inspired after watching Kane Zero. So if you see me with an Odin and locking ISO, don't worry. Don't
All
worry.
right. I'll Yoru for you, much to Ash's dismay, because she knows that I love to team flash the teammates. But all right, it's a lock. Let's go up to it. Everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. More playoffs tomorrow. Till then, have a good night. Good luck with your own ranked matches.
That's the timing that TSM's searching for. Timotino can at least cut that short. So Core do see the site that they can prey on. And yeah, that's what a lot of this comp is going to revolve around attack-wise, is playing away from your duelists until they find an in, and then you play completely around them.
Yep. And when you do, you have the deadlock to just throw the walls on top of that, so it makes it very difficult for you to retake the site, especially in this eco round for TSM. They're running nothing but classics. The best weapon they have here is a Sheriff in the hands of Vora. Respectable that he does that, because he actually did get a kill in the previous round, so he should still be okay in terms of economy as an initiator going into the next round. But now Timotino, I mean, the hunt is good. This would allow for him to get an ult if he kills both players here, and he will.
Logan does have the salvos on Q, so could use that to zone out one of these players, and they are separated right now, but 10 seconds left on the board. It is a one and done tap.
It's over.
And yeah, you don't have to swing this super hard if you're recoiled, but you will in the bitter end. Cainzera and Ion getting their opening frags, and yeah, this feels like a welcome reunion for Envy. Stepping onto site, Shondex and Bob ready to meet that reunion themselves, and so it takes 2 more members of Rankers to trade them back out. Now it's Shondex for the cleanup, and he's good for 4. Does find 1 in the end, but still Rankers have pretty clean control of this C site. And so they'll enter early on. Bob sprays through, finds one with the Sheriff, and we have some presence on site. Voltseek has entered the conversation, but Cainzera has come from the back of it. He's gonna grab 4 off of that undercut. Shouldn't have grabbed 2. Get things started right about now. Here we go with the paranoia. Cainzera with the help of the flash to get the fight started. Extra's already way ahead of it with the judge for 2. Bob's still left to try to hold down the entire fort, and she can only grab 2 more. Poppin out-fragged 20-fold, and yet Rankers still won. I don't know how they did it, man. A 13-1 victory. That's the timing.